I changed the streams around so that Twitch gets music and Kick gets music, but YouTube doesn't. I made a 400 song playlist of just random shit that I listen to, mixed with rap and anime openings. Now Twitch gets music at the very minimum, and Kick, but that's neither here nor there. I'm also trying to figure out some issues like audio crackling. I don't know if it's happening on stream, but I know it's coming from my streaming PC, which is old. It's a 3060 Ti. Let's see if I can find a good anime here. You know what? I'm just gonna hit play on a random. Can't play the song right now. That's the one I wanted to listen to. Oh well, we'll listen to this one. I mean, if you're copyright free music, it's not copyright free music. None of this is copyrighted music, but you should be able to hear all of it at the very minimum. And then I got to make sure that it's not overpowering my mic at any point, which is extremely annoying because I wanted to. I like listening to these songs. So let me play around with it a little bit more. Actually, let me just lower it on Discord. Yeah, there we go. That should be fun. And maybe I can add in some filters, like a limiter. Okay. All right, let me launch up this game real quick. Watch stream on YouTube because of the fact that Twitch lags for whatever reason when I touch my laptop. And the lag is really bad. I might be different today. I don't know. You could try opening it up. I'm no longer encoding on my end. It should just be a straight 8 kilobits at 1080p. I'm launching Destiny right now. That's just the site in general for Twitch. Gotcha. It's probably because you're using Firefox. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's probably because you're using Firefox. That shit uses so much resources. I gotta unplug this hot air gun. Okay. We continue the lore and campaigns? Yeah, we sure are. I got all my farming out of the way already. There's a lot of anime openings inside this playlist. Did that last stream? I did that yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. The LFGs were unhinged, to say the least. Every single one of them. I was not about to deal with that. I even got a Michael's Reverence. So next week, the farm for Rude Nightmares is going to be extremely easy. And I believe Deepstone Crypt is also going to be in there. So last two raids, King's Fall's done, Garden of Salvation's done, Desert Perpetual's done, Epic Desert Perpetual's done, Salvation's Edge is done, Crota's End is also one I need to do, but I have those weapons in my vault currently, I believe. Alright. Now we go to Beyond Light. That's Europa. Darkness's Doorstep. Oh, and Oliver Tree. I forgot about that. Added a bunch of random shit. Yes, we're going to get the little video up so we get the backstory. Yeah. I'm just trying to find a good song. One. Oh, apparently it's a good song. Alright. And then as my audio crackles, I need to test some stuff. I keep my head high. I got my wings to carry me. I feel no freedom. I got my wings to carry me. Lord, if I lonely. Don't know what kind of me. This is my canvas. Still lagging randomly. I thought it was my power settings, but maybe it's not. Okay. There we go. It's a good song. It's fine on YouTube. Oh, no, I'm talking about the audio coming from the music. The audio on my streaming PC keeps crackling. I don't know if that's showing up on stream or not, but every time I hear it, it pisses me off. And I've been letting it go on for months and months and months and months and months. So now I'm like, all right, I'm going to figure out what the fuck's going on. Everyone is always the king's piece. That's right.
I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. My future does not begin here, but yours does. It's time to step beyond the light.
This expansion is called Beyond Light. Isn't that funny?
And it all begins with a splinter.
I'm gonna put a pause on the music. New game. New gaming.
My friends, we are all in great danger.
No, that's Lightfall. We're gonna do that one next. Hopefully we can do both of them tonight.
Elixir.
Oh no, Witch Queen's after this. Hopefully we can do all three of them tonight.
Darkness walks among us. We are all in great danger. My kind must survive. Please, send help. There is not much time. What? Where? Oh no. She's already here. Please, anyone.
Crazy, right? Yeah, Lightfall's the 3 expansions away. This one, Witch Queen, and then Lightfall. And I'm not looking forward to Lightfall. I hate that fucking campaign. I hate that fucking campaign. It's so fucking bad.
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty. Why did the darkness invite us here? You're quiet today.
Yeah. It's just, we keep coming face to face with darkness. And every time we fail to stop it, we're just so powerless. I'm picking up a distress signal. Someone's in trouble.
My friends, we are all in great danger.
It's Varix. He has a lot to answer for.
Darkness walks among us.
I'll send a message to let Zavala know.
No, wait. Where is the signal coming from?
Here. Europa. I've tracked Varix's distress signal beyond the ridge. We'd better hurry. So Varix traded the prison of elders for this? I guess if I played a part in the murder of Cade 6, I'd hide on a desolate moon myself.
I'm gonna get the Wish Ender going. I'll need a special energy slot weapon. There we go. Swords.
We're close to the origin point.
Yeah, that's my ghost. I also have this one. I like using this one a lot because the RGB. But I mean, the Death Star is pretty cool. And the cool part is if I put shaders on it, it becomes a little cooler. And the RGBs on the outside of the border of the shell. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I like this one as well, just for RGB. But yeah, Death Star. I'm a Star Wars fan. I just don't like Disney Star Wars. And, you know, despite people shitting on Bungie for doing a Star Wars expansion, it was really good. It was a cosplay expansion where the enemies were dressed up as cosplaying as Star Wars stuff, and
the campsite.
It was just cool. I liked it. I thought it was good.
Let's hurry.
I thought it was very tasteful. I thought it respected the player. I thought it was still Bungie universe. I understand the backlash for it, though. I understand why people weren't thrilled with the expansion. Star Wars is not Destiny. We play Destiny for Destiny. We don't play Destiny for Star Wars. Doesn't mean it wasn't good. Doesn't mean it wasn't worth.
Fallen had an unfamiliar house symbol. Who are we dealing with? Someone's been staying here. There's traces of
put on music.
Darkness energy. It's Braytech from Eventide, Clovis Bray's Golden Age colony here on Europa. Whoever was here was using it to track Barracks 2. They must have intercepted the distress signal before we did. Okay, I've got the signal's true origin point now. It's not far. Let's hurry.
I wanted to be done with Bife's video by the time we got to this expansion. There's no way that was gonna fucking happen, and I need these subclasses unlocked. I don't need them unlocked. I'm probably never gonna use them. Other than Shran for the grapple. But... about doing these expansions on my Steam controller, and then I remember that every time I try to play an FPS game for the past like 2 years with a controller, it's like extremely hard for me to do, and I just can't fucking do it without like committing to it for like 2 months straight. I can't get used to it, and when I commit to it, going back to the Azerons feels like a shock, and I'd rather use the Azerons anyway.
Really done it this time. If we don't get to him first, someone else will. If it's not already too late. Wait. Darkness. It's close. I feel it, but it's different somehow.
Yeah, Fallen from Destiny 1. Yeah, that's the Fallen. That's the Elixni. That's right. Oh, you're talking about Barracks himself. Yeah, the jailer. That's pretty cool. Got bitch slapped by another Fallen. Also, Fallen is a racist terminology towards the Elixni.
Yes.
They're called Fallen because the Traveler left them. That's why they're called the Fallen. It's a derogatory term.
Wait!
They fucking hate it when you call them the Fallen.
These powers, they create chaos.
They are the Fallen.
They are changing you. This.
Cling to your machine god.
Machine God's the Traveler.
With this power, we make our own fate.
Guardians make their own fate.
Always playing pretend. Living in the past.
That's where the saying came from. Was her
Seen it.
who wield the power of light and dark to make our own fate.
Make an example of him.
Pretty cool, huh? This expansion was supposed to be so good, and it just wasn't very good, like at all.
Barracks should be just up ahead. There. That's where Barracks is.
Samuel Bradley was shooting The Last Jedi. Never seen it. I don't watch Disney Star Wars because it's not Star Wars. I've heard too many bad things about it, and I don't want to end up hating Star Wars when it was such a big part of my childhood. I'm just not going to interact with it. I treat the Disney stuff like it just doesn't exist for my own sanity. Should have got Theodolite, actually. Make that puzzle a little easier. We're here to help Barracks, yes, that's correct.
Fire away from Barracks.
What?
Wait a second. I'm picking up more chatter on the Fallen's comms.
Have them surround the perimeter. The snake does not leave here alive.
I think Beyond Light's also when they introduced bows.
Savior, hurry! You must free me.
Let me grab a Theodolite real quick.
Inclined priests.
Barracks thanks you. And now must hide.
Not so fast. We heard your message. Darkness walks among us. What do you mean?
There is no time. They are coming. Barracks asks for your protection once more. I will take shelter inside. Succeed, and Barracks will reveal all.
Alright. We got fighting with a bow that we gotta do now. Kinda nerfing myself, if I'm being honest.
That's the last of them.
Success!
Bow.
Barracks is truly grateful.
Then prove it. We expect answers.
Come to Barracks and you will have them. But know that our work here has only just begun.
Mission complete. Just hearing about it has made me completely apathetic towards Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is at the end of the day. I mean, what can you do? I could be like, oh yeah, you know, I could make a good Star Wars story, and I'm sure I could. I'm sure with the right funding, I could even make the greatest Star Wars game ever made. The problem is the way that the industry is. The ideas that I would have for making a Star Wars game would get rejected, or for making a Star Wars movie, it would get rejected outright. I would want to go too dark because that's the kind of stories that I like.
You do not trust Barracks, yes? But leave your distrust, your blame, for later. The Elixni who attacked me, she is Aramis, ship stealer. A new Kell of Kells, unifier of the houses. And she seeks to build an army of Elixni, powered by darkness.
Elixni are the fallen again.
If she is not stopped, she will destroy us all. You must go. Varix will help you find your way.
Okay. Now we pick up the next quest. 34 missions. And I'll keep the theme going. I'll go in this corner with a good little cuck boy. Turn down the audio. We'll go back a little bit. And we'll continue here. Reese. We'll get to the Elixni story now. Of the Fallen.
The Hive's rampage across the universe would bring them into contact with many peoples and many worlds. Their swarms were vast, and as Oryx,
While this is playing, I'm gonna go grab the jacket.
Zivor Arath had all split, they had now covered different ground. Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their people would find another world seeded by the Traveler. These were the people of Reese, the Elixni, though humanity would one day come to know them first as the Fallen. Sources from the Elixni's own histories indicate that they held a small number of colonies throughout several celestial bodies. At the heart of their civilization, the jewel of their small empire that spanned a few stars was still set upon their home planet of Reese. They were a hardy but adaptable people. They would be sustained by a life-giving substance called ether. The exact chemical makeup of this compound is unfamiliar and unclear, but it can be created by a servitor from almost any remnant matter, meaning that the Elixni would be able to live on in almost any place so long as they had a servitor. However, in the skies of their homeworld Reese, this life-giving compound was everywhere. It filled the very air, and turned their sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Elixni to grow to their true natural sizes. They would be between 7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just 2. They were dexterous, and they were nimble, but they could also stand tall with noble intent and philosophy, back before calamity arrived at their shores. The Elixni were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the Traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves were known in that time as gentle weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments worn by all
I really
their
like the prequels.
When the Traveler arrived and exalted their
the
civilization
storytelling
like
the prequels did was
thousands it had
fantastic.
uplifted before, the Elixni developed, entering a rapturous age of peace and
I just think it
expansion.
was made in the wrong time.
Reese's pink sky.
I think the early 2000s were the wrong time to make them.
The Traveler and all life-giving machines.
Should have been made.
They came to call it the Great Machine, and
Probably
their
like the past
study
2 or
of its
3 years.
divine construction would
With the
lead
technology
to the
we
rise
have
of the
nowadays.
so-called splicers. Whilst we would know them better as biohackers and body
But
engineers,
today's culture
principal
wouldn't let those
concern of
movies succeed.
splicers was
It
in
would
fact
be
the study of machinery itself. The Elixni
I mean, even the
believed
love
that
story
with all
between
machines,
Padme and
there was a
Anakin would
spark
have
of
been
divine
ruined somehow.
potential, and
Modern
believed
day.
that within that divine spark,
Story-wise, I
life
think the
itself
prequels
could
are
also be
fantastic.
seen in some
Graphically, I think
different,
they
somewhat
have to be
more
remade in some point.
intangible form. Eventually,
Without changing the story,
Elixni
without
would
adding
see
in a
this
bunch of
belief
useless shit.
morph into a worship of machinery itself, with them acting with great reverence to machines
It
that
has
they
to be
would
handled with
construct later
the
in their
utmost
society.
respect, and I
Machines
trust
that
no
they
one
would
in
need to
modern
keep them
day
alive.
filmmaking
Alas,
to
even with the many noble
have that
houses,
respect.
the Elixni were doomed to suffer the same fate as all those blessed by the Traveler. For its bounty was followed by bitterness, and the Black Fleets in the service of the Witness would soon arrive. The exact details of the fall of the Elixni Empire, and in particular the fall of Reese, are not well known. Much like our own destruction, the event is known to the Elixni by another name, the Whirlwind. When ruin came to their system, they were crushed beneath the advancing hordes of the Witness's minions. Chief amongst these invaders would be the Hive. Oryx's swarm had arrived. His forces brought with them the same doom that they had brought to 1,000 worlds prior. To them, Reese was but another set of unbelievers to be delivered onto the jaws of death in the name of the sword logic. The houses mustered in a defense of their homeworld, believing that in spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. But tragically, it was not. Elixni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their world was lost, when one of the great leaders that rallied them, Chelchis, the Kell of the House of Stone, stood before them all and cried, "Where is the great machine?" For it was in this moment that the course of history repeated itself once more, and the traveler began to flee Reese, away from the forces of the Witness. In that moment, seeing that it had abandoned their people and that Reese was lost, many would lose hope. Many would be scarred forever. Many would remember. For scribes like Varix, it would represent the greatest tragedy that his people had ever seen. For warriors like Aramis, it represented a betrayal so bitter and so evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number, it created a moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the Traveler, the great machine, had abandoned their people and that Reese was lost, the Kell of the house that would one day be known as the House of Devils told his forces to break off from the engaging attackers. He ordered his ship to pursue the Traveler with all haste, and all catchers under his command were to follow this order. This Kell, who would one day claim the name of Achillux, abandoned all those houses who could not make war, and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him. Thousands of Elixni on thousands of catchers would begin the long exodus from Reese, chasing the Traveler, following Achillux's banner. An exodus that would come to be known as the Long Drift. Some houses gathered in groups of catchers, some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible hardship. Having left their homeworld behind, the Elixni had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume. They needed to construct new machines to create ether synthetically, and so the servitors were created. They were made spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the Traveler. Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any abandoned matter that was discovered, the scarcity of resources in deep space led to the devolution of Elixni society. The once noble people became pirates, scavengers, and warlords. Barbaric practices became commonplace. There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the houses, because they were strong. They claimed the position of Kells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations would commune with the servitors, and thus the triad of power within each house was born: the Kells, the Archons, and the servitors. A new hierarchy had been born from the broken remains of the old. Where before the Elixni had grown tall, now the Kells would become monstrous in size as they consumed more than their fair share of ether to remain stronger still. With their utterly monstrous strength, there was less chance of them being challenged by rivals. For most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those without sufficient ether remained small, stunted, and weak. Worst of all, though, the punishments doled out by those who ruled became harsh to the point of being almost unspeakable. It is likely that on the Long Drift, the barbaric practice of severing an Elixni's lower arms became a commonplace punishment for failure. This would be known as docking, and many who were docked were turned into dregs, or wretches, the lowest possible rung of Elixni society. Thus it was that the Elixni would pursue the Traveler, and become less of a people than their history would allow them to remember. The once noble banners of their houses would be cannibalized into symbols of dominance and declarations of territory. They would no longer be the utopian people that had grown up beneath the Great Machine. The damage to their societal fabric was so great that it would permeate through generations. There would be newborn Elixni, but they would mostly be born in a time where few of them would remember the Whirlwind or Reese. They had no home to call their own. It would be nothing more than a passing legend, a dream. It came to the point that when humanity named them Fallen as a common slur and reference to their status as a people abandoned by the Traveler, many amongst the Elixni did not completely reject the notion. They were a lost people, a tragic tale, a diaspora of vessels and cultures and long-lived memories that, should the universe be so harsh, could have been snuffed out in an instant. They would continue onwards and would follow the trail of the Traveler to the next system that it had blessed. But that would take some time, and there were other civilizations who would make their way to our astral shores for reasons other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest, and they too would be making moves, even though the Traveler and the Witness had never laid eyes on them.
Alright, we're gonna continue on with some of the game. I'm gonna promote my stream in game. All right. Let's go that way. Fire team invite. 51%. Then we'll get a touch of malice after. Go. Alright, we ball. Where do you want me to go? I'm gonna keep going this way. I can do that. AI viewers, huh? No thanks.
This is what remains of Eventide, Clovis Bray's European colony, built to house those who came to build Exo, and to become them.
Until he arrived, much has Erebus uncovered. All has proven beyond dangerous.
We'll just have to take it away from them.
Okay, I missed. Oh shit, I missed again. In this room, that's right. Crack shot so OP. What the hell? Crack shot so OP. I didn't have crack shot. Oh shit. pretty sure I can just skip that. Skip this part. I always skip this part.
That dome. Is that where you live?
A pinnacle of hope, remaining elixir, but a standing reminder of Eramis's betrayal of barracks.
I don't need to be getting these kills, I'm just getting them for the Wish Window Catalyst, by the way. You spelled Elixir wrong. There's a K, not an X. Not the Elixir architecture. Inspired by Star Wars. Oh yeah, obviously. A lot of Destiny's inspired by Star Wars. That's why when the Star Wars campaign was rejected, Bungie didn't really understand why it was rejected. Because baked into Destiny's roots is Star Wars inspiration. So why can't they do a Star Wars inspired expansion? I mean, I'm sure that was their thought process. That was fucking mine as well, that's for sure.
Darkness trail Aramis left behind leads right through that door, but it's locked.
With stasis, yes, you will not be able to break through.
Then we'll find another way around.
You're all here for the same reason. Because you desire freedom for our people. And I will give you.
Aramis is close. She's ours now.
Alright, now we're in a cutscene.
Chains! For centuries we have been bound by them. Servants to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image. We have become pawns of our own devices. No longer. Today, we begin breaking free from our chains. This power is a gift.
I forgot to disable my arm track.
Share with all of you in time. Violence! One by one, we will rise again.
That's right. Stasis.
This is our future. Our enemies stand chance against this power. The great machine will finally know our pain. It would appear our enemies have arrived, eager to test us. Let's not keep them waiting.
That's right. Slash blur.
This... I can feel it. It's too powerful.
Erebus has begun spreading stasis to her army. You must get out now.
I'm calling our ship. Let's go. Don't stop. Keep moving.
Why'd I fully draw a bow? These incessant bitches. It does not want me to go this way? There's enemies in there.
They actually have darkness. The Fallen. This is really bad. Shift here, to the left.
Man, I'm gonna get kills. I'm gonna work up this bow. I don't have to. Not fair.
There, across the gap. Go.
72%, not bad. Yes. Spelled Elixir wrong. Alright, that was one mission in Beyond Light. Now we continue on to Tora Bottle. I'm gonna promote the stream as well again, since we're in public. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Lead Q. 2Q. All right, there. I promoted the stream. Let's watch the video. It's going wrong to keep triggering me then. Dude, it's not hard. It's Elixir. 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 It's not hard. The Cabal.
Whilst many civilizations throughout the universe would be uplifted by the Traveler, there were some that made their own way into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance from a greater being. One such people was found on the distant and rugged world of Tora Bartle. They were known as the Cabal, and their society was one ruled by might. In their earliest years, mighty warlords would roam their world, claiming the right to territory by conquest and combat. Even in the days when they would break out into the stars, the Cabal's great warlords would still challenge each other for supremacy in the rights of their old ways.
Oh, there we go. I could just hide my
Perhaps
mouse
then
behind my.
Unsurprising that one of the oldest legends
There we
of
go.
the
That
Cabal
works.
is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Acreus. The Cabal once saw the sun and desired it for themselves, so they climbed a great mountain to claim it. But before they could reach the sun to claim it, a great beast stood in their way. Generations of mighty and worthy warriors clashed against the beast, scoring small and seemingly insignificant blows against it, until one day, Acreus came and struck the killing blow. He ascended to claim the sun and was crowned as the first emperor of the Cabal. This legend shows their lack of subtlety as a people, but it also has been a literal pretext for conquest. The Cabal believe themselves to be righteous rulers in this universe, and they believe that it is so because they are mightier than their foes. The sun is theirs to claim because they are strong enough, and so they claim it. The legend of Acreus may or may not be true, but the emperors of the Cabal have been very real, and across their history, they laid claim to dozens of worlds. Some of these worlds were occupied by peoples that would be folded into the Cabal Empire. The Sindhu, the Karga Clips, the Arkborn, the Scions, all of them would have at some point been client races of the Cabal of Tora Bartle, and would be pushed into slavery and servitude of their emperors. The history of the Cabal is a long one, full of many conquests made by tyrants, but none of these despots and warlords have been more consequential than one who changed the fabric of their society so much that it led to his own downfall. His name was Emperor Callus, and while he was emperor, he was not truly powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need to upend institutions for it to truly flourish. As emperor, he served alongside other powerful bodies that governed much of Tora Bartle's strength. Their people were ruled by a senate, and their military by a praetorate. The old military traditions of the Cabal were maintained, but Callus was different. He did not care for them. He was content with the idea of conquest.
Oh shit.
He was not a martial Cabal. He sought song and beauty and pleasure in all things, and the
Let me know if
praetorate
you like the color
stood
of the
in
bar
way of
now.
this.
I can always
The
change
Senate
it to something
stood
different.
in the way. So Callus created a populist revolution to overthrow them both, so that he might claim ultimate authority over his own empire. Callus changed the Cabal people fundamentally when he rose to power. His populism saw the warlike ways of the Cabal relegated in favor of a bountiful and hedonistic culture. Even at his coronation, the nature of his rule was made clear, as he had the desert sands of Tora Bartle cleansed to be pristine and white, having his army of minions remove every single offending stone or plant that might stand out, and for his entire royal court to be recreated in the sands of Tora Bartle's deserts. More telling were the actions he took upon his coronation itself, though, as the one true ruler of the Cabal. In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court, Callus had the old consul of the praetorate brought before him. Stripped of rank and title, and even clothing, Callus castrated the Cabal consul and banished him into the wastelands of Tora Bartle, saying but a single word to him: run. This was an example of the ruthlessness with which Callus governed his imperial domain. He was benevolent and generous one moment, vengeful and petty the next. He treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations of culture and decadence. But behind the new emperor's magnificent opulence, there was a deep sadness. This sadness was born of a love that he had lost. His original lover had left him in a time of great sorrow. Callus knew that he had broken things between them, and that despite loving her, their relationship had been damaged beyond repair, all thanks to his own selfish actions. But there was one spark of that relationship that still remained, one remnant of his old flame that he clung to. Together, they had created an heir to the Cabal Empire. Her name would be Keitel. As she grew in his new Cabal Empire, she perhaps did not first comprehend the changes to her people's proud ways. She did not originally hate her father, though it would not take long for her to have good reason to do so. One day, her father doted on her as he had done before. He had given her some of the most revered gifts that a Cabal could receive, but today he had surpassed even himself. he gifted his daughter a war beast. These war beasts in Cabal culture are the most extreme example of what it's like for a human being to own and lovingly care for a dog. They are venerated beyond exception and are some of the most prized companion animals that a Cabal can have. Keitel named her war beast Milos and loved it dearly beyond anything else in the world. Callus saw Keitel's love for the war beast, and in his inconceivable cruelty and jealousy, he grew jealous of Milos. He believed that she loved her own war beast more than she loved him, and so Callus had Milos killed. He could not stand the idea of his daughter loving even a pet more than him. This moment changed Keitel and set her down a path that would determine the course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her father that was so deep in the kernel of her heart that it would never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. There were many within Callus's empire that saw him with a degree of discontent. Keitel was but one of them. The Emperor's old bodyguard, Lictor Sheatet, the Evocate General and Primus of all his legions, Amun-Arath, the free-born scion dreamer known as Otzot, the master of festivals, Moli-Imoli. All of them harbored ill intent for the Emperor. But it was under the leadership of two Cabal that these malcontent actors would be aligned in purpose and turned into conspirators. The former consul that Callus had banished into the desert, and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader that had emerged victorious in the fighting pits, the ghost Primus of the Red Legion, Gaul. These conspirators joined together and plotted to overthrow Callus, a plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in his downfall, but it was Keitel who spelled his ultimate doom. As the Midnight Coup was being enacted, Callus fled for his throne room. He sought a relic of the emperors of old, a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these mythical creatures were known to grant desires to those that held them. With the shard in hand, Callus might be able to maintain his hold on power if only he wished for it. But when he arrived, Keitel was already present in the throne room. She held the shard of wish dragon bone in her hand. Knowing that she held her father's salvation, Keitel addressed him, saying, "Father, I will not be weak." She crushed the bone in her gauntlet, and with it, sealed Callus's fate. He was escorted hurriedly through the streets of the Cabal capital, his utterly massive entourage in tow. All traces of the old emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the imperial hierarchy. They were all forced to march aboard a Cabal vessel known as the Leviathan, and Callus was forced into exile. The navigation controls for this great vessel were sabotaged, and the Emperor was left to drift into uncharted space. On Toro Bartle, the Consul and Gaul seized power and began a new era for the Cabal. The former Primus of the Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only Dominus of the Cabal, an emperor and military dictator all in one. His power over the empire would be absolute, and with the Primus of all legions, Amun-Arath, and the heir apparent to the imperial throne, Keitel, at his side, his authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time aboard the Leviathan. His cohort of scribes recorded that there was nothing that could be done to break him from his misery. No form of entertainment, no food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow. The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded, but what eventually broke him from his stupor would be. One day, as the Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void of space, it encountered strange interference. The nature of this interference would not be known at first, but based on our explorations of similar events and based on Callus's own recollections, it is almost certain that he encountered the Black Fleet, what he would come to know as the Black Edge, he would see the Witness. The pocket of astral disruption that they found themselves in caused massive quakes throughout the Leviathan, and Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had befallen the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld that thing that he would be defined by for the rest of his life. He would see the Witness, and it told Callus that there was to be an end to all things, and that the universe would end by its glorious design, and that he was to be its herald. After 12 hours and numerous terrible quakes, Callus returned inside with a look of mania in his eyes. He had first openly proclaimed the doom of the universe, and then, with a sigh of what seemed to be relief, he welcomed it. As he said at the time, "When nothing matters, what's left? Joy, comfort, freedom, the true freedom of pursuing pleasure for pleasure's sake, because it pleases you, because you desire it. I knew this during my rule, and I'd forgotten it during my exile. I shall not forget it again." Thus Callus returned to his hedonistic ways, with a renewed vigor and a new mission. He would follow the directions of this terrible voice and would be its herald. But first he would also aim to acquire his revenge against those that had wronged him. To this end, the Leviathan's navigation systems were returned to functioning order, and the vessel charted its way back to known space. Callus would start to actively employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge: his shadows. Across the many worlds that had been conquered by the Emperor of the Cabal, he had found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to Callus, contained in glorious armor, embellished with golden heraldry, and offered all that their hearts desired in exchange for servitude unending. Callus would send his shadows after the conspirators, and managed to successfully hunt down the Master of Ceremonies, Callus's former bodyguard, and a favored tea merchant that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempted assassinations, and upon Gaul and Keitel there would be many. For his daughter in particular, he would send shadows with a specific weapon in hand, a blade that had been passed down from generation to generation, the Heart Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called enactine, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape if but a shard of it was exposed to psionic energy and the memory of what it had been like. The weapon was an heirloom passed through the women of Callus's line, and he had made sure that Keitel would eventually receive the weapon one way or another. His assassins attempted to take her life time and time again, and each time the mighty heir apparent would leave the blade shattered, ready to be reforged by Callus once again. In a strange way, this is how they kept in touch. Callus and Keitel would not communicate directly, but every time a new assassin came wielding the blade, Keitel would shatter it. In these reflections of each other's choices, did Keitel and Callus know of each other's continued existence. It was the only way to gauge each other's strength and intention. Assassins would be sent to kill Gaul and the consul, but likewise they would fail. The new ruler of the Cabal had set his sights on further horizons. He had remilitarized the culture of Torobatal, and had sent out many of the scout legions of the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal space, each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe and would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of Scion flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. But just as the Vex and Hive and Elixni would, it would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol, came an omen of prosperity and doom. A single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story begins, and it starts with the arrival of the Traveler.
That's right, the Traveler. Tora bottle, we go. All the way down to Mars. If you remember the Destiny 1 opening cutscene. The Golden Age.
At last, our tale turns to humanity, who at the time were a primitive civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time. The creation of human culture and language, the splitting of the atom, the journey of a few brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s that the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing. And perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place on Mars defied scientific explanation. Hastily, the three greatest powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint task force. The United States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, the explorers Mielova, Chow, and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet. They were unsure of what they might find when they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter, they had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they trekked toward the signal's source, anticipation building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it, the source of the signal and the reason for the disturbances. Together they beheld the entity that would change the fate of humanity forever, the Traveler. Beneath its radiant splendor, they bore witness to the first Martian rains in human history and saw life return to the Red Planet. But this was not simply the greatest discovery in all of human history. It was the start of a time of great prosperity for all the people of Earth, just like it had been for so many civilizations before. This time would be known to us as the Golden Age. Like the thousands that had come before us, the Traveler gifted humanity with the light's bounty of creation. The changes to humanity were apparent almost immediately. The nations of Earth and all its peoples entered a time of utopian peace and prosperity, with the bounty of the Traveler effectively doing away with all forms of war and prejudice. The lifespan of the average human tripled, and we did not grow frail in our old age. Those at the age of 90 were considered relatively young and highly capable. It is recorded that back in the days of the Golden Age, there were humans born with a remarkable gift. They were able to hear the voice of the Traveler through involuntary dreams and sudden premonitions. They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as Speakers, and their words were observed with reverence and respect. We expanded out into the system of Sol and established marvelous colonies, an endeavor made easier by the Traveler, which had begun to terraform our worlds into hospitable planets. Mercury became a garden world and the breadbasket of the system. Venus turned into a lush planet of jungles and rivers. Titan was given a breathable atmosphere alongside its oceans of methane. Humanity expanded out to all these places and more as the Traveler changed the worlds around us from hellscapes into havens. Great cities rose from these formerly inhospitable places, from the marvels of the arcologies of Titan to the spires of the Martian city of Freehold. Humanity took root and flourished in Sol. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily based on Venus, where they had discovered the Vex ruins that predated humanity by billions of years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was probably the most infamous corporation to ever have existed in the Golden Age, whose legacy can be found scattered across the system to this day, the Clovis Bray Corporation. Named after its less than humble creator, Clovis Bray I, it was responsible for starting entire research and development colonies, as well as sponsoring scientific innovation in countless areas from artificial intelligence to artificial personhood to aerospace defense. The remnants of Clovis Bray facilities can still be found across Sol, from Earth to the Moon to Mars, and even on some distant Jovian moons. They were known to work in collaboration with certain national governments as well, and held a great deal of power and influence across all of humanity. But perhaps the greatest legacy of humanity's Golden Age was our technology. In the Golden Age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from even magic to those living back in the early 21st century. Humanity quickly developed spacefaring craft capable of remarkable feats of transportation, including the first near-light-speed jump drives. There was also the creation of Glimmer, a programmable matter that could be turned into almost anything imaginable when used in combination with the correct energy sources and the correct matter forge. In a very similar vein, but on a grander scale, Willa Bray, one of Clovis's granddaughters, was a leading pioneer on a project known as SIVA. This was a nanite technology that could be commanded to construct and create anything conceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control. The speed with which these nanites could construct something from seemingly nothing was revolutionary. There are some who speculate that the great cities of the Golden Age colonies were built so quickly thanks partly to this technology. It could even convert surrounding matter into more SIVA, allowing it to replicate quickly. It was intended to be used in deep space colonization missions as well.
Alright, I feel like this is going to take a while. So we're going to put this on a playback speed of like 1.5. We'll see how it goes, but I'm expecting to have to go back to 1.
Well, to allow for the creation of anything from basic habitation structures to whole colonies in next to no time at all. There was also the discovery of a new, more pure state of matter, engram. Within this state of matter, information and energy could be stored and encoded with near-perfect precision, and whilst it would decay over time, engrams became as reasonable a means to store data as any other. They were in fact significant data stores, and can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into whatever is contained within.
1.5 is too fast? How?
As long as you have the
Bife talks so slow. This is like normal talking speed.
appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly, there were two inventions within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time. The idea was a simple one: a human consciousness stored digitally on a mechanical body, thus allowing the person to live on with immortality inside their mechanical shell.
I mean, if you say it's too fast, I'll change it back. It's fine.
It became the obsession of
I just wanted to
Clovis
get
Bray
through
I,
this
who
a little
desired
bit faster,
immortality
but
and believed that
if it's
he
too
would be
fast
the
for
one to
you,
guide
I'll slow it
humanity
down.
into a second age of man, where they would surpass even the Traveler. Exomines had been created before in the Golden Age by others, but they had universally failed, falling prey to fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time. The first hint to the secret of true Exos was discovered on the Moon. A project under the watchful eye of Clovis's grandson, Alton Bray, had uncovered something terrible but powerful. The so-called K1 project had uncovered an artifact buried on the Moon. It was known as the Anomaly, and had inexplicable properties, but chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew. Clovis visited the site, and whilst others experienced hallucinations, he heard something entirely different, a voice that guided him to the distant moon of Europa, promising in his dreams that he would discover the secret to his ascension, his entire purpose and reason for creating the Exos. There,
All right, I'm going to stop it there, because I didn't think it would take that long. It has like another 10 minutes until it goes to the next section. And I'm trying to play a video game.
Barracks believed Aramis wished to create a new life for the Elixni, but these dark powers have poisoned her mind. And so I fled from her. For this, she calls me betrayer. There are others who fled, those like me who still worship the great machine. They are in hiding. I will not leave them behind. They will be casualties in her war without our help. But perhaps they can be brought to safety.
Hailing confusion. Oh, this is a PvP roll. I don't want it. Who plays PvP in this day and age? I'm gonna post again.
Where is Mysticraft, the light?
Alright. I'm spamming the chat with my Twitch and my YouTube. Every time.
Europa is no longer the haven I hoped it would be. For those who do not wish to live under the rule of a dark helm, we must play Savior. A secret communications network would allow us to reach out.
Barracks, we're ready. Where is the first relay?
Barracks thanks you.
Wasn't there another tier 3 item? Am I tripping? I thought there was another helmet. Maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping.
Power's going, Barracks.
Good. 2 more.
Thought it was up here.
Okay, Barracks, that's 2. Did you hear that? Sounded like voices.
What? Who?
The ones who spoke through me.
We must hurry then. There's one more relay.
Holy flashbang, Batman.
It's them. They're here.
You answered. We've kept you waiting long enough. Come to us. Salvation awaits.
Obviously, it's taking us to that pyramid ship in the distance.
The light believes you thankless. Nothing more than a soldier asked again and again to do its bidding. So we want to thank you with a gift to help you finally take control.
The first gift they gave us was the gift of fucking them up. The final shape was so fucking peak. Those are enemies. That is the power of resonance. It should have been our third darkness subclass. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Oh shit! Who are they? Who's that? Who could that possibly be? A hand cannon. There's no time to explain what I don't have time to explain, freaking ass. It's the drifter. But who's the one on the left?
And here comes our guardian. Right on time.
You can tell that she didn't have time to explain what she didn't have time to explain. You know what I'm saying? It's Eris Morn, by the way. The one on the left was Eris Morn. You couldn't tell from the 3 eyes and the fact she was changed into Hive from human. I guess that's kind of spoilers for Eris Morn's story. I guess you'll find out as we watch Vice video. But yeah, Eris Morn's story is it's so fucked up. What happened to Eris Morn is fucking nightmare fuel. And they just casually made it her fucking backstory. And she's like the most tragic fucking character you'll ever meet. It's so fucking funny. That's probably why everyone fucking likes Eris Morn, is because she's the one who has the most fucked up backstory.
I know. I owe you an explanation for all this. I once asked Guardians to destroy the Blackheart, to prevent Darkness's arrival. Success may have been achieved, but I now know that fate comes knocking sooner or later. The floodgates are open. The darkness is here. I wield it now with intent to stop our enemies where the light cannot. Your resilience within the pyramid proves you're capable of wielding it too.
People like that fucked up shit.
Before us lies what we call a ziggurat. Its purpose is temptation. To begin your training, you must give in. Here, take this. Please understand. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Let's cross it together.
Is that Lodi? Yeah, we're not gonna talk to Lodi just yet. We're not gonna talk to him just yet.
I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you. We are in great need of allies. And I am in even greater need of a buffer between myself and the ever-obnoxious Drifter. The stranger, you see, is far too reserved to provide sufficient rest from his chatter. I suspect her quiet has more to do with what she has to hide. Though I've yet to work out what or why. Still, even these two are an improvement from my solitary study.
Change your game category?
You're lucky to have your ghost, Guardian. As you can surely tell already, this journey into darkness is not to be traveled alone.
Did I not update it? Oh, I guess it never updated. Okay. Updated. Or oh, yes, King Trizzy, my guy. This is who I was talking about. However long ago it was. Yes. This is him. The homie with a fatty. Just kidding.
During the Golden Age, it was humans. Now, it's the Fallen.
I want someone to call me racist. I can hit him with that. I got a black friend. Yeah, Tracy. Yes, you. I can hit him with that. I got a black friend. Also, I mentioned this to a few people, but I got my black card. I need it renewed every few years. I need you to renew it again. It's been a long time. I need it relaminated. Nexus. To go now. Nexus. Where's it? Nexus. Here? Oh yeah, I guess it's there. That's right, Kelly K. That's right. Oh shit! You know what? I'm so fucked up. Hold on. How dare I do something so blasphemous in your presence? Hold on. There you go. Just for you, buddy. Standard procedure to sing one Lil Wayne verse for renewal. Oh shit, hold on. Wait, I can't do it on YouTube. Hold on. I got you, hold on.
It was the biggest racist on the face of the earth, and there's no one else who could beat him. Would that refuel your black heart? You're right. I fucking hate white people. You're absolutely correct. If I'm racist towards anyone, it's white people. Alright, here you go, here you go. This won't play on YouTube, but it will be on Twitch. Nope, that's wrong. That's the wrong one. Hold on. My audio's not loud enough. I don't know what's going on. Can barely hear it. Spotify, it's at 100. Check this. That's also at 100. Okay. Alright, I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. I gotta go back. Anybody fucking with me, third degree murder, you can get your degree, motherfucker. And you ain't gotta wonder about me, Wonder Woman. Tune gone ball, money top called Bunyan. Pounded a kush, call that bitch pound cake. I hit it from the back and make a bitch a bow face. And then I got a split, sorry baby, sour grape, she wine. Baby don't leave, I duck that bullshit, bob and weave. Everybody tripping, but I ain't never tripping. Leave your ass flatter than my new television. I'm talking about money and the power and the money. This shit is magic, stand back, Gandhi. I'ma run the shit till I'm the last man running Mac like that shit. Then pass that to me, young money motherfucker, yeah, we that shit. Yeah, we see go hard like Cialis. Don't love that bitch, I fuck that hoe. She pop X and smoke O's, tic-tac-toe. And I stink cause I got a lot of shit on my mind. They say numbers don't lie, is that a 6 or a 9? There you go, there's your verse. Oh, you know what? Nah. My third eye see. Almost slipped. Oh my god. On the street. Renewed. That's right. Alright. I'm good for one song then. Hold on. Good for one song. I gotta find the correct Lil Wayne song though, because it can't just be any Lil Wayne song. It's gotta be the correct one. Wait. Am I tripping? Spotify. Oh, because it was that fucking mixtape app. It was an exclusive song to that. Oh shit. I forgot about that. Oh no. I don't even remember the name of that app anymore. It started with a D, I think. Damn, I can't play it. I was gonna play Visine, but I can't play it. Fuck, that sucks. I keep forgetting Lil Wayne has fucking mixtape exclusive shit, which are free, but fuck, man. I completely forgot about it. Damn. Damn. I fucked up. I've brought shame upon my ancestors. Oh well. Trying to think. Is there another song? That I have. How about J. Cole? I know it's already renewed, but fuck. Now I wanna... You know, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I gotta play this fucking game. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna post again. Every time I'm back at this load zone, I'm gonna post again. Go and get people in here, goddammit. Fucking horrible about promoting my own shit. I think he just wanna play some video games. Hey, but Trizzy, there's no more updates coming to Destiny 2. It's stagnated. So if there was ever a time for you to get about 500 hours worth of content just from raids and dungeons alone, maybe 2 entire campaigns completed.
I'm picking up a
800 hours. This is probably the time to play Destiny. You'll get between 800 and 1,000 hours of gameplay if you know what to do. If you don't know what to do, triple it.
It did the same to mine.
Learn it.
You are not special. Just a plaything of a so-called god who would sooner see your life end than its own.
Stasis. Well, part of stasis. Let's go. I mean, I don't think Destiny 3 is ever going to happen. The Destiny development team is no more. They don't exist anymore. How are they going to make a D3 when they don't have the people that made Destiny what Destiny was? I don't think it's possible. I think Destiny is just code. By the way, I still have a microphone for you if you want it. Audio Technica 2020. Nice. I even got some IEMs that I can get, some in-ear monitors. Make your music experience a lot better, and you play games with them. It's better than any gaming headset you'll ever put on. I'll guarantee that. Now I have to give up. I have to give them up. Powers. They're still making God of War without the original team and devs. Yeah, but they have a good chunk of those developers left at Santa Monica.
Don't understand. You're actually wielding darkness. It's that
but
thing.
I am also not excited for God of War Laundry. I'm also not excited.
Energy. I don't know about this.
I feel you on that.
About where this takes us. If we use it at all, it has to be for good. In that case, let's start.
I play video games for one of 2 reasons. To look at a nice ass for 10 hours every time I play a game, or to look at the most badass of badasses with a badass story while I'm playing the video game. That's why God of War was so good. That's why God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok did so well.
whether people want to admit it or not. It's true. Ragnarok was a good game. Great story. God of War laundry? No thanks. It's not a hot character with a nice ass that I'm having to look at for 10-hour play sessions.
Let's look inside. See if we can find anything useful.
It's not the badass of badasses. So, why the fuck would I give a shit? Like honestly, why would I give a shit? You know what I'm saying? It's also why like Stellar Blade is such a great game. Like, it's just a near automata, like it's just a near story with like Dark Souls combat. That's it. That's all it is. I'm interested in Laffy because of the story. Yeah, but like I don't have a PlayStation anymore. It's gonna be a PlayStation exclusive, and I'm sure as fuck not spending money on the PlayStation. Not only did they fuck me out of however much a year pass of PlayStation Plus is, not only did they fuck me on that, they fucking Sony closed down Destiny. Of all the games they could have shut down, they're gonna
Perhaps
continue Destiny, but they're gonna repurpose fucking Hunter's Gathering Horizons or whatever the fuck that game's called, because it got such poor reception to being a live service game, which wasn't. The reception wasn't that it was a live service game, it was that it was a shit game. Now they're repurposing it to just be a co-op couch game. It's so fucking stupid. Nobody wants to play it because it looks fucking stupid.
Can it be?
They're not good judges of characters.
I can smell that poisoned power.
Get the fuck out of Kratos.
Does corruption spread so quickly? Or do you hope
Again,
to find
I'm not excited for God of War
with
laundry.
your own weapons? You walk a very dangerous path. Take this recklessness to Phylax, then.
After this story, we're gonna continue the My Name Is Wife story. Trizzy, I know you just got in, so you're missing a lot of.
Warrior. She made her.
You're missing a lot of. I didn't mean to cut him off there, but it's just giving me a nothing burger anyway. It doesn't matter. I know you're coming in towards the. Not when I started the campaigns for Destiny on this account. But nevertheless, you're gonna get to learn the story of Destiny in this one. How long is it? 10-hour video. There's so much information about Destiny 1 to Destiny 2 and all of its lore, leading up to the expansion, The Final Shape, which is Bungie's best work. Like, no shit. Better than Halo. Better than every game that Halo made. That Bungie made for Halo. Better than all of them. Better than anything they've ever put out in the past. Final Shape is peak Bungie. Like, it's pure, unadulterated, just Bungie. Okay, I'm about to jailbreak my PS5 here soon after Wolverine. Oh man, I heard horrible things about Wolverine. Like they really wanted it to be like the easiest fucking experience you could have while playing a video game or some shit. Like, damn near not even worth playing. Because it's not really a video game. It's more like an interactive movie. Kind of like that mixtape game. I've heard really fucking bad things about it so far. I haven't heard of very many positive things. But if you're playing it, what do you think about it? Is it just like an okay game, or is it like an interactive movie, like a Telltale Games game, or like a mediocre story?
With the darkness, his efforts now roam free. Destroy them before they end us all.
Mixtape damn near won Game of the Year last year. It came out this year, so it couldn't have won Game of the Year last year. People keep saying that it's Game of the Year. Last year was Expedition 33. The mixtape came out like a couple months ago, like 2 months ago. Oh, shit. Mixtape came out like 2 months ago, my guy. That's 2 months ago. But they have been saying since it came out, it's gonna be game of the year. It's not a video game. I'm tired of pretending like these barber game devs have any idea what the hell they're doing. A single life to keep falling. Everyone loves the fog. I'm not seeing any falling anywhere. Oh, here we go. Bathroom. If you're wondering why I'm using a bow, because I'm trying to get the catalyst for this bow. That's the only reason. Speaking of Expedition 33, Trizzy, what do you think? This batch was a banger. This batch. This batch was a banger. A lot of devs are trying to copy the formula, but I think they're adding. But they think adding more cinematics is better. Yes, dude. I'm playing a video game to play a fucking video game. Tell me the story while I'm playing the fucking video game. When it's a Telltale game style game, I'll decide when I want to play something like that. It's not all the time. It has to be like the best story ever fucking written. The Wolf Among Us. Elements. Salvation Elite. Azeron for this. I have Dispatch from Family Library, so I could play that at some point. Probably once I finish everything in Destiny 2 and I can quote-unquote move on. I don't think I'm ever going to move on. This game's so fucking good. Like, there's no game like Destiny that's out. There'll never be a game like Destiny that's out. Ever again. We lost the development team that made Destiny what Destiny was. We lost the Raid and Dungeon team that made the best content in the entire fucking game. We lost too much. It's borderline just not worth it.
These are the coordinates I picked up on the radio. Phylax has troops patrolling this area.
Oh, what's my catalyst at? 77%? Not bad. Auto-loading holster and precision instrument? That's interesting. Barrel constrictor? On a fusion rifle? Why? I mean, it makes sense, but why? devs on mixtape. Or like Stooges and use the game as a playable short film. Yes, it's not a video game. It's a fucking movie. It's an interactive movie, quote unquote. You don't really interact with anything. It's like a journalist's wet dream for a fucking video game, you know? Like that one journalist that couldn't get past the Cuphead tutorial. That fucking guy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, be happy that you don't know what I'm talking about. It would piss you off to know that there are so many great games that have been buried by fucking journalist reviews, which is why I just don't pay attention to journalist reviews anymore. There's some journalists like Paul Tassi, I like reading his articles, but a lot of times he throws his personal opinions in those fucking articles, and it's so fucking annoying. Like, he said Veilguard was a good game. Oh my god, he's never gonna fucking live that shit down. That was a fucking stinker. He just played into the politics that he viewed as normal. That's the only reason why he wrote a good review about that game. And he's been clowned on since he wrote that fucking review. Or that fucking lesbian Jedi game, whatever the fuck it's called. Or game, TV show. He got shit on for that too. He fucked up. He's letting his personal opinion and personal politics play a role in a lot of the shit that he writes. And it's like, I get it. It's a creative industry, I guess. But most of the time, you put out really good reviews that don't really have opinions behind it. It's just analytics. When you throw your fucking opinion into reviews and shit, it's not why the fuck I'm here, and I don't respect your opinion. Give me the info about the fucking game. TV show. I don't care about your personal fucking politics. God damn it. Learned about servitors. You see them in the game. You know that the servitors are their food source for synthetic. I'm gonna go that way. Ass.
Machine spawn. I admire
the warrior
your
empire.
thirst for the fight. Come and find me.
She's transmitting her location to us. Looks like we won ourselves an invitation.
Oh, there's a sword you should look into getting, Trizzy. Okay, whatever you're playing. Dragon Sword Awakening. It's a good game. It's only a Korean voice acting for right now, but the developers are going to put out an English voice acting pretty soon. It's like a Genshin Impact style game, but it's a single player with no gacha mechanics. And the only microtransactions aren't loot boxes, it's just like one-time cosmetics. And I know one of the characters, Ashria, is going to for sure be your favorite. Like, bruh. bruh. You spend $30 on this game. And you'd spend $16.77 to get all the bikinis. You'd do it happily. I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying, dog. Gunner games. This is my favorite character right here, Cersei. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. It's a good game. I beat it in like 50 hours, but I downloaded mods to delete the grind from the game. I probably could have gotten like 200 hours out of it, but I got 500 games to get through, plus I got Destiny. I don't have time for all that right now. The beautiful thing about owning your video games is you can come back to it later.
Twilight Gap, yes. Theme for ruthlessness.
Imagine living in a future where
for Phylax, there is
you can only stream your video games. You don't own them anymore. So if you want to play it later, you better pray that one of the streaming platforms has the video game you want to fucking play. Otherwise, you can never play it ever again. That sounds like a pretty stupid fucking future, doesn't it?
And you have challenged Eremiskell once before. But I think it's for its machine weakness. God dependence. You flee from battle.
NTE? They have Gunner allegations from Marvel Rivals.
God.
I don't know what NTE is.
The Traveler. I don't feel dependent on or limited by the Traveler. I feel
what's wrong with Gunner allegations?
Protected. Or I
can't play multiplayer games anymore. Like PvP multiplayer games. I lost my fucking passion for that shit. I'm pretty sure Call of Duty just fucking ruined that. Having just horrible fucking Call of Duty games all the time. Every year, same shit, different story. Like Advanced Warfare, I'll die on this fucking hill. Advanced Warfare is the best Call of Duty. Advanced Warfare is the best Call of Duty game ever made. It addressed every complaint that every Call of Duty player had up until the release of Advanced Warfare. It changed the gameplay, it changed everything. I'll stand on business. Advanced Warfare was the best Call of Duty game ever made until they introduced supply drops. When they introduced supply drops, that is what made it the worst Call of Duty game in history. But pre-being able to buy supply drops, Advanced Warfare,
do you fight for glory? For power?
Best Call of Duty game. I stand on that.
My elixir fight.
Take out loot boxes. Advanced Warfare is the best.
Beyond it.
And I buy every COD game every year because I'm a part of the problem. I won't. I haven't bought a Call of Duty game in years. And it's super funny because people who haven't known me for a long time, they'll see me playing games like Destiny or Dragon Age Awakening or Phantasy Star Online 2, and they'll be like, "Oh, he just plays those fucking nerdy fucking geek games." And I'm like, bruh, I played Call of Duty every year that it came out since I was like a little kid. First of all, second of all, I played every Grand Theft Auto that came out up until Grand Theft Auto 4, and it's just because I wasn't vibing with Grand Theft Auto. I haven't even this entire time. I still haven't played Grand Theft Auto 5 because I just don't find enjoyment in Grand Theft Auto games anymore. I had my fun, San Andreas and Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3. Like I had my fun. And then Grand Theft Auto 4 just wasn't all that cool. Grand Theft Auto 5 never piqued my curiosity. Never gave it a chance. I watched some playthroughs. But big ass sandbox games like that just are not my cup of tea. I like structured games. I like single player experience. This Destiny campaign. I like challenging first person content. And even then, I'm not a huge fan of third person anyway. The only way I accept third person games. Oh, the only way I accept third person games is if the character I'm playing as is a chick, the nicest booty that I've seen on this side of the Mississippi so far that day. Got the catalyst done. We can move on from Wisham now.
I've never seen the Fallen's military forces so
Alright, touch a malice.
For many years, Elixir lived scattered, yes. Aramis took our broken houses and
Anyway,
forged
like me and you didn't play Kingdom Hearts.
Stasis.
Kingdom Hearts 2 on the PlayStation 2.
Last city.
When the PlayStation 3 and 4 was out, talking about the struggle. Like, we didn't play Naruto on the Wii. Shikamaru was the best fucking character. Any other video game, we've got like Corpse Party. Sega planted that flag.
I see now.
I have every Corpse Party game, by the way, my Steam library. I will play them at some point in order,
Combine me,
in
machine
a
spawn.
chronological order.
I am waiting.
I have every Higurashi visual novel as well.
One of those giant mechs.
technology taken from the Kel's scourge. Another splintered house, united under Empress.
I think that guy died. Oh, and NTE is an open world Honkai and Genshin type game. Neverness to Everness. I see, it's a mobile game. Oh, I have a Steam controllers, by the way. I have 2 Steam controllers.
Surprising strength for such a little creature.
Turn back. Take a second for him to swarm. To go, I forgot. It's mobile console and PC, and it promotes faster progression. Oh, so while you're taking a shit, you can play the game. Yes, that's what I like to hear. But if it has gotcha mechanics, I'm not doing it. I don't like games that are designed to just predatory in nature. Now we're gonna get our powers back.
Barracks, Phylax is down.
Her soldiers will scatter, but there are other powerful elixirs.
There we go, show. Oh, it's stupid as fuck. I can already. I'm looking at this long ass fucking message. I can already tell from the text that it's a fucking bot. Oh my god! Just the font. I can tell it's from a fucking bot. Let me guess. I'm not gonna read it. Let me guess. It's something about Discord, right? It's gonna be something about Discord. It's gonna be like collaborating with somebody, right? It's gonna be like collaborating. On top of collaborating, it's gonna be some dude with like a shit ton of followers, right? Or a shit ton of subscribers. And it's gonna be like, yo, we'll set it up, man. We do cross, yo, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to play video games. I ain't reading these long ass fucking messages. From bots. Or normal people. Somebody comes in here on some bullshit talking about, do you believe in women's rights? Bro, women didn't even believe in women's rights. They fought against having women's rights because they didn't want the responsibility of going to the fucking army. Alright? Relax. And that was the majority. And they still lost. Because it wasn't something that was voted upon. It was something that was decided by the representatives in government who were like, we like that idea. Who cares if the majority of people don't like it? Okay? I have so many fucking memes that I could just fucking play that the day that these things happen. Remember, it's getting banned everywhere for them, but my god, are they funny. Marathon's fucking cooked. Marathon's so fucking cooked. Marathon's fucked. That game has no future. I think I'm in a bug, so I will fix this bug. We'll need to go to the Exo Stranger, and then we'll need to watch the Bife video. And then that'll give me time to chat as well while Bife is doing his thing. This is my Hunter drip. Got the Bungie logo, that's RGB. Shorts, sandals, hoodie. This is like some shit I'd wear in real life, other than the cowboy hat. I'm a hunter. I feel like the cowboy hat makes sense. Alright, before we continue on with the story, let's watch a Bife video. What am I placing? Why am I doing this? Is there more stuff I can place? No, I suppose I haven't done the full campaign yet. Alright, let me turn down the sound.
There, Clovis discovered what he would call clarity control.
It's time for the Destiny
Statue
lore.
of a tall, veiled
I need to
figure
hide my mouse
beneath
behind
the
my model.
moon's icy crust. This would be the first of many
That way you don't see
statues
it.
of the darkness that we would find. Always veiled, always black as obsidian, and always brimming with dark.
I guess before we continue on with the video, let me go section by section and explain kind of what's happening. So in the first part, we're introduced to the concepts of life, which are the gardener and the winnower. The gardener is the gardener. Plants, you know, your plants will grow. You have a very peaceful life, yada yada yada. The winnower is about survival of the fittest, basically. Concepts, ideas. Lubre is about Rolk's backstory. So the winnower's first knife was the Witness, which is the big bad of the entire Destiny Light and Darkness saga. Lubre's Ruin is about Rolk, the Witness's first disciple. Just a TLDR. Rolk was essentially betrayed by his family after putting up with their bullshit for many years. He was betrayed by them. He like fell off a bridge, or he was pushed off a bridge, and his family looked at him with basically discontent. They didn't give a fuck. He died. Just kidding. Rolk didn't die. Rolk never died until we got to him anyway. But Rolk met the Witness. The Witness gave Rolk power and fixed his glaive, and his glaive was then called Lubre's Ruin. We got that during the Val the Disciple raid. But he killed his entire family and his entire planet. Rolk killed his entire family and his entire planet out of just pure hatred. Then we move on to Fundament, where we learn about the Hive's original backstory as the Krill. I'm not going to go too in depth with it because it's badass and you should learn it on your own. And then it transitions to the Hive, where we learn about Oryx, Oryx's children. We learn about Savathun. We learn about a little bit about Xivu Arathi and Savathun, but it's mostly about Oryx, Oryx's children. Then we go to the Fallen, which we saw in this stream. The Fallen are Elixni. The Traveler graced the Fallen, and then the Traveler eventually left the Fallen, and the Elixni were left with basically a fend for themselves sort of thing, and they didn't know what the fuck to do. And then we learned about the Cabal in the stream as well. Mainly about Emperor Kydal and his daughter, Emperor Callus and his daughter Kydal. Kydal had a war beast, this little dog here. That was her favorite pet, and Callus murdered her favorite pet out of just pure jealousy that she could love something other than Callus. I'm not going to go too far in depth because that's in this stream. You can always go back and rewatch it on YouTube without the music playing, the copyrighted music. And now we're learning about the Golden Age with Siva and all this. We're about halfway through. From here, until we reach the 6 hour and 22 minutes. Until the 6 hour and 22 minute mark ish, somewhere around there. We'll say 6:23. Yeah, 6 hour and 23 minute mark is all precursing what we're playing now. And I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here for 6.5 hours or 5 hours not playing a video game when I'm trying to play a video game. So we're going to do this in sections. I'm going to play a mission or 2 missions or 3 missions, and we're going to come back and we're going to watch at least one section of this, and then we're going to continue on.
Power.
But now you're caught up so far on the story, just layman's versions. But if you want the full details, you can always watch this video on your own. My name is Bife on YouTube. Complete storyline of Destiny from origins to final shape. So this covers everything up to the final shape, which is the best piece of Bungie content they've ever put out in their fucking life. Like, low key, final shape it's something everybody should fucking play. That's that fucking good. And it's a fucking expansion.
Received. He also divined
but
that
to know what the fuck is going on, you have to watch this 10-hour fucking video, because a lot of the content that was in Destiny is no longer in Destiny. So you can't even play it to learn it on your own. You have to watch this first and then play the really big, cool expansion.
Construct a Vexgate. The combination of these two factors was key to the Exo's creation. Vex radiolarian fluid, or mind fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a stable exo-mind fluid. At a site that would be known as the Deepstone Crypt, a mass of exos would emerge and begin to trickle down into human society at large. Little did Clovis know that the K1 artifact and clarity control were fueled by darkness, and that Clovis might have played into the grander designs of agents beyond his comprehension. The Warmind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age. But whilst his granddaughter Elsie Bray would have been close to the Exo Project, it was Anna Bray who was close to this one. The Warmind was a creation that would eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself, but it would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more than any administrative or defensive intelligence. Its original template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a smaller AI that had simply been nicknamed R. It would now be given a new name under Clovis Bray and his granddaughter Anastasia Bray. It would bear the name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were so vast that he would sometimes split himself into different sub-minds in order to partition different tasks into different working groups. In the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many great war minds, of which Rasputin was the greatest. Charlemagne, Malahiyati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. But even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives.
Yeah, they did.
They would name Rasputin according to his influence. They gave him the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose was to be humanity's shield, protecting us from threats to our existence that might come from the stars. He was linked in with almost every possible piece of infrastructure to assist him with this goal. Every vessel, every satellite, every automated weapon system. They could have all been commandeered by the Warmind at a moment's notice should an emergency arise. Rasputin even employed a small private army of loyal human and exo forces known as Seraphs. Where manual intervention was required, they represented the long arm of the Tyrant's will. Whilst he lacked any paracausal abilities himself, he still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not, this would lead to the creation of remarkable weapons created through independent sub-protocols of his own design. This could be anything from traditional small arms, such as was made in the Icalos program, or full-scale planetary defense systems. The greatest of these weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars and which spread throughout the system. Each independent Warsat held various sensors and communication systems, and was also armed with a variety of ordnance packages. Clovis Bray I would at one point plan on using these weapons packages to do the unthinkable. In his hubris, Clovis believed that he could replace the Traveler with Rasputin, and so he engineered the possibility for Rasputin to strike down the mysterious sphere. A protocol called Abhorrent Imperative was inserted into the Warmind's code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be fair to say that Anastasia Bray gave him his soul. It was thanks to her many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems, realizing that abhorrent imperative was something that he should probably never use. Whilst the protocol remained intact, it would never be used by Rasputin. Even if Clovis had tried to force him to use it, it would have failed. Rasputin's love of human culture would be reflected even to the last of his dying moments. If you ventured into his bunkers, every once in a while you could hear Tchaikovsky playing in the background. With all of humanity's newfound prosperity and its security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus Program was conceived of. Dozens of massive colony ships were constructed, each packed with colonists and shipboard systems that would propel humanity to the stars beyond Sol. The Exodus vessels were designated by color, such as Exodus Red, Exodus Blue, Exodus Indigo, and Exodus Black. Under the supervision of General Chen Lanshu, these vessels were assembled and launched from the old cosmodrome in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, and negotiations with Clovis Bray were even undertaken to see Siva nanites placed aboard each vessel to assist with colonization efforts, or defense should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity, but as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last. There were signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's Light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun.
Alright, before we learn about the collapse, we're gonna play some video games. I know, shocker. Pause it right there. Alright, oh, I need to change my sound. Yep, let's go.
Aramis's presence on Europa is not happenstance. Temptation set the wheels in motion, but obsession propelled her here. To destroy the light with an army of darkness, she and her followers make those selfish choices moment to moment. The darkness places a spotlight on our desires, as it once did me and those I cared about. For a time, I had forgotten. Humanity relies on our selfless acts to bring about a better world. Darkness is no more than a tool with which we do so. With splinters of darkness still in hand, Aramis remains an immediate danger to humanity. Look within. Focus your power. Let it grow. The ziggurat awaits.
Let's go.
Guardian, this feels wrong. You wielding darkness. But I'm not going anywhere. If you need me, I'm here.
Great exoscience. It's gonna be that way. Let's go ahead and fast travel. We'll get to an area. Let me clear this. We'll get to an area with people, and I'll post that message again.
We're in a Clovis Bray facility, by the way. You just learned about Clovis Bray. Rasputin. We're in a Clovis Bray facility at the moment. This is the aesthetic we went for. I wonder why my screen's shaking so violently. It's the gun. It's the recoil from the gun. Not bad. Let's keep stasis on and throw it in this room real quick. Let's get rid of them. Now I can get rid of it. Keep the Varix. Luckily, I know what to do for the majority of everything else left in this game.
Varix welcomes your help. I have seen what power has done to Aramis, but perhaps you are different. Perhaps there is hope. Praxis. He is the visionary mind behind Aramis's technology. He brings power from the darkness itself. But Varix was not privy to his secrets, his experiments. You must discover how he creates these dark weapons and stop him.
I can only get these tracking devices from the Vex. It's the quest. And they won't always drop it. When they do, it's worth picking up. more do I need? Hell. One. Got it. Okay, now it wants me to go this way. A lot of back and forth. A lot of back and forth.
This conflux, Praxis built it himself. It's a little hacky. Cover me and I'll see what I can find out. The Vex are at it again. Want to bet they're converting Europa into another machine world? We better put a stop to it.
Death and taxes.
Looks like Praxis found out we're trying to shut down his contacts. He sent a server to protect him.
He sent a servitor, but that server was dead. What did you do? What? What am I at? 73%? Not bad. Still gonna take me a little while, but how does it want me to do? We have to leave the area and go back. Maybe I fucked up by using my super on that servitor. Maybe I soft locked the mission. Now I have to restart it. That would be my assumption. Basically, I'm just too good. My dick too big for this game. I stay promoting my shit. I guess it's gonna make me do it again. Oh damn. Yep, that's exactly what it was. I fucked up.
This conflux, Praxis built it himself. It's
home. Oh.
Cover me and I'll see what I can find out.
I'm about to make an exclamation point Discord roll and everybody can join the Anime Boobies Enthusiast Discord. Speaking of that too, okay, that's not a bad idea. I need to get you in the Anime Boopy Enthusiast Discord. Close my DMs. Nobody gonna DM me. gonna be that one next time. Right. Note to self. Don't use super on the final boss, or the soft lock. See Daisy. That's a bug that's not going to get fixed. What am I at on it? 90%. I'm almost done. Alright, he's gonna yeet me away.
Looks like Praxis found out we're trying to shut down his conduits. He sent a servitor to protect it.
Teleport me away again. Do the soft lock again.
Got a signal from that downed servitor. I know where we can find Praxis.
What time is it? 56. I'm gonna have to go make some food soon. Probably after this mission.
Each day they spoke through the walls of their cells, dreaming of a new world. His research gave Elixir the ability to draw power from the splinters. Be careful, friend. Interlopers, mapless, extraneous variables. But perhaps I can make use of you. Let us run a test. Initiating defense protocol nearby.
data must be clean.
94%. Whoa. A lot of trip mines. God damn. What a lovely room of death. Oh shit, hello. $97. I'm almost done. We can move on to. Oh, let me queue up my next exotic. Ace of Spades, Monte Carlo, Wicked Implement. I'll probably do Ace of Spades next. So many fucking mines, goddamn. What a lovely room of death.
Ruins of our former life, as you are.
What the fuck is that missing? What the hell? This wall? There it is. NASA work objective completed. Alright, let's go ahead and stow that. Let's put on Ace of Spades. Drop off some exotics that I've already done. Now we're gonna do Ace of Spades. I don't have an ornament for it. Memento Mori activated. Getting kills a little easier. Headshots anyway. 7%. I'm gonna be here a while. God damn. I see. Boss fight. We have a boss fight. It's gonna be the easiest collapse of all time.
Aramis does not permit error.
Barracks, Praxis is down. We're finishing up here.
Good. Without Phylax and Praxis, Aramis will grow.
It just pulled me out of the mission. There's nothing I could do. I couldn't save that dialogue. Bungie didn't want it saved.
Praxis and Phylax are dead. We must retaliate! Atrax.
Oh my god, fuck
Prince
you.
and I can handle this. Return to the crypt and prepare the body.
Atrax, Tanix. Who else, man?
Aramis, we must take pause. These powers are not what we expected. I, too, am impatient. But there is wisdom in caution.
Caution? Look what caution has earned us. Our enemy exploits our weakness. Now we must act. I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave.
What's the catalyst do again? Firefly. When Memento Mori is active. Just a more powerful version. It wants me to return to camp, that's right. What does it want me to do? I'm at my camp. What do you want me to do? Just want to put something down, maybe? Maybe I'm missing. No? Okay. We just go to orbit and I'll rejoin. Maybe it's just bugged. Oh, that's Lightfall. Can't do that yet. It's out of order. When I go make food, I'm just gonna play the buy video. I'll have my IMs in. I'll let that play out, and then when I get back, we'll just watch that until I finish eating. What does it want me to do? I'm so confused. It didn't work for someone. But I'll try it. See if it works. It did not. So he said he went back and then launched. I want to avoid talking to Lodi if I can help it, but if I have to talk to him to progress the story, that's what we're gonna do. No? Okay, I have to go talk to Lodi. I have to get him out of the way. This sucks though. I didn't want to talk to him yet, but we ball.
Six couldn't deploy this much Eclipse energy alone. He'd need Five's help, or at least his approval. Being this close to Jupiter should help me make contact with Five. Maybe we can suss out his motives together.
Eons did I rule in silence. My gravity indomitable. My orbits immaculate. My mass incorruptible. Then the aberrant vibrations, whispers, the verminous buzz of sentience. Necessary, requisite, trivial, tolerable. Until the apostate traveler, a strange attractor, drawing greater sapience, accretive distortion, feedback. Then, three betrayed, destroyed, a declaration of war. Now, my space-time polluted. My moons corroded. Orbits distorted. Two options remain. Escape sentience or destroy it.
I'd be happy to see Five go, but that could destroy physics as we know it. No, we can't let him leave. Luckily, the Nine work in millennia, not minutes. By the time they hatch their escape plan, we'll be ready.
I have to help a clanmate with a Garden of Salvation. Hold on. He needs one. Might as well. I don't need anything from Garden, but I might as well help. Sick ornament. Ah, it's okay. Can you guys even hear me? Oh, there we go. Can you guys hear me now?
They take us for fools.
I don't
The
think my mic's...
artifact you brought back from the pyramid began emitting a signal, one that reaches deep into the Black Garden. Once again, we are beckoned into their trap. They expect us to follow the signal, to discover where it leads. Fine. We will play their games, but this time with caution, not curiosity.
Hello? Follow.
Guardian down.
Does my mic work? Oh. I guess it doesn't. Oh, it's working all right. I'm looking at it. Oh, wiping on first encounter. Hell yeah, my guy. Wiping on first encounter. How the hell did I lose health? What the hell? Follow, appreciate the follow. We discriminate against furries here. Oh shit.
Guardian down.
I'll turn around, I'll pick up the last one. They can't hear me, but I'll pick up the last one. I don't know if I can make this, but I'm gonna try. Oh, I can't believe I made it. That's fucking hilarious.
be up on lightning soon. Fish left.
Guardian down.
Yeah, wait. You slept through? Some of the campaigns, some missions, some cutscenes. Not hear them. No, you didn't miss any of the war video. Oh, actually, you might have. We got through all of the Golden Age. Talking about Rasputin. Testing.
Guardian down.
Yeah, I'm talking about in-game.
Guardian down. Guardian down. Guardian down.
Test. Drawn fish. I was supposed to grab food. I completely forgot. See if that lets my mic work. Alright, does my mic work now?
They take us for fools. The artifact you brought back from the pyramid began emitting a signal, one that reaches deep into the Black Garden. Once again, we are beckoned into their trap. They expect
does it
us
work?
to follow the signal, to discover where it leads. Fine. We will play their games, but this time with caution, not curiosity.
Hello. No, there's no audio there.
Guardian down. Down.
Yeah, I don't know why my in-game channels are working. That's what it is. The only thing I could think of is something in this sound setting is preventing it from working. Test. Yeah, I mean, it's working. I can see it right there. I have no indicator that I'm projecting audio. It's very unfortunate.
I don't even know where to begin.
There he is.
It seems every day I use my senses. But that's not why I came here. The Vanguard has been watching Aramis, and I have important intel for you. You've clearly disrupted Aramis's plans. Vanguard scouts report that she's fled to the Cosmodrome, perhaps to loot the remains of the old House Devil's hideouts. Her plan is unclear, but I believe she's getting desperate. Go to Earth, find out what her next move is. And Guardian, I understand what you're doing, fighting fire with fire. But the darkness is not our friend. The darkness caused the collapse. By all accounts, it seeks to cause another. Don't let it lead you away from the light. The city needs you. I need you. For now, do what you must for the good of humanity. But
okay. Speak to Shah Han. Alright, we'll do that. But like, after I get food and I let the video play, I'm gonna have my my IEMs in while I'm making food, so I'll hear everything that's going on. But we're gonna let this play.
System. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun.
Alright. I will be right back.
Though humanity had a few moments at which there were warning signs hinting towards the nature of the coming collapse, and even some direct warnings themselves, many times they were tragically ignored, pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the Golden Age could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe that humanity would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system would be plunged into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened quickly, it was not a single moment in time that turned the marvels of our golden age from splendor to ash. There were warning signs long before this, and the months over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies. But our warnings would begin on Titan. The proto-worm god Asa, sole survivor of Fundament, had made her home in the methane ocean's viscous depths. There, she had stayed alone for eons, until the Traveler arrived and the new Pacifica Arcology was founded on the ocean surface above. A subsurface research team eventually found Asa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for friendship to break the loneliness that she had felt for so many eons, but she also uttered dreadful warnings. The marine xenobiologists who studied Asa heard her warnings and even brought them to their superiors. But alas, the ancient warning of the single being that might have told them of the witness fell on deaf ears. Thus, our first chance to avert complete disaster was scuppered. On Mars, there was another opportunity. A joint venture between the Clovis Bray Corporation and the Ishtar Collective had borne significant fruit and would be the next avenue by which we might have learned of the oncoming calamity and done something about it. By utilizing Vex technology discovered on Venus and in cooperation with Clovis Bray, a new AI was created. It was not as powerful as Rasputin, but it was still worthy of great respect. Her name was Soteria, but she was also known by another designation, the Augur Mind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective, whilst retaining their remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees of accuracy was what Soteria had maintained. The Vex commonly use this power to chart a course to the end state of the universe, where they will be the only remaining form of life that will survive uncontested. Soteria used this technology to chart safe routes for colonial expeditions out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way. One day, the fabled Ishtar Collective leader known as Maya Sundaresh removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echo pods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27, and then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had just simulated and discovered the Black Fleet, and had realized that it was on its way. Any potential colonial flights that might escape had a narrow window in which they would need to do so, for the fleet was getting closer to Sol with every second. Soteria shepherded this data to Rasputin on a private communications band, and classified the threat under the subtext code of Rasputin's own designation known as Egyptian, a threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat that Rasputin was always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment and prepared for all-out war in the system. Soteria, for her part, was responsible for at least one attempt to save the lives of what human colonists were prepared to go beyond Sol. She prepared emergency launches for the fleet of colonial echo pods at her disposal and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echo pods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence. A prison that was originally meant for the warmind Rasputin. This was a punishment for her defiance. In a moment of desperation, Soteria attempted one last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warnings of the oncoming collapse. Through a combination of hubris, inaction, and misunderstanding, we had wasted them. And so the Black Fleet arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witness's forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions of people from Titan to Mars prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though. And even if they had all followed them, it was not going to be enough. The next sign came to be the most distressing of them all. The Traveler, which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The Traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete, and it wasn't heading for a new patch of ground to transform. It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the Traveler's retreat time and time again. The forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death, in some ways quite literally. Whilst those in the many colony ships that reached the outer system were wiped out almost universally by gravitational weapons from the Black Fleet, nowhere was there a more dramatic end than on Titan, where the Black Fleet artificially altered the moon's gravity to create a 150-foot-high wave, a super tsunami that spread out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the arcologies beneath a torrent of methane. The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experienced this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to regret more than any other on any day, Rasputin abandoned humanity to their fate and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, and despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash-froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in their wake. Such an action would not only have the effect of creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, but it also suspended the Warmind, Worm God, and Hive Prince in stasis. None of them would be able to take part in the battles ahead, and only when the ice caps again began to thaw hundreds of years later Would this new threat re-emerge once more? At the heart of the collapse, humanity would suffer without Rasputin. But even if he had died in their defense, it would have made no difference. Humanity would die in their untold billions. The forces of the Witness were unleashed upon the worlds of Sol. Survivors from the Black Armory recall some of the moments of the Great Calamity on Earth, where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, without mercy or remorse, where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit as a titanic show of their power, when a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it to nothing more than bone and dust. The forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in, and soon they would be ready to take the fight to the traveler above Earth. Soon they would make the killing blow. The traveler was there, ready for the Witness and its disciples to claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the Veil and the traveler and allow the completion of the final shape. On one of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the Witness's disciples had been selected for the great honor of leading the assault against Earth. His name was Nezarec, the so-called final god of pain. His dark influence had invaded the dreams of a few who'd lived in Sol long before even the time of the Traveler's arrival, and now he had come to this new dark feeding ground. The Veil was in his possession, and from his vessel within the Black Fleet, he would tear humanity asunder at their home world. For this one terrible moment, all must have seemed lost. Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place, and it was all thanks to one who the Witness had deceived long ago. Savathun, the Witch Queen. After she had split from the Taken King Oryx's side, the Witness had taken note of her cunning and her viciousness. It had planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother Oryx. In a move that sparked jealousy from Rolk, the first disciple, the Witness saw her as a potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply perceived as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world, and he was instructed to train her to one day ascend into the Witness's highest ranks. In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving that station. But Savathun is cunning, and she had her own plans. Savathun had no intention of following the doctrine of the Witness and completing the final shape. Perhaps it was because her existence was predicated on lies and deception that she was so easily able to fit in with its ranks. Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave and that the Witness had lied to the Hive. Perhaps she wished to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself. Whatever the case may be, Savathun did as she had previously done to Oryx when he was Aurix. With blade in hand, she fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating him. It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth, she stole away the Veil, the key to the Witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, the Butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the Witness's most loyal disciples, had scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the Veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local Vex, and the haywire signal of the Veil itself would be enough to hide it from the Witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one of the few remaining colony ships, Exodus Indigo carried the Ishtar Collective researchers known as Maya Sundaresh and Chioma Essie out of the chaos. They were assaulted by a disciple of some kind, but miraculously managed to fend it off with their ship's defenses. The glaive of the disciple that had struck the vessel was used like an antenna, and remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's wayward submind, allowing it to safely harbor within the vessel itself. Even as the Exodus Indigo would shuttle its way into Neptune's atmosphere, they would find the Veil. Thus, many years later, the hidden city of Neomuna would be born. But for the longest time, both the Veil and the city would be cloaked from the whole universe, and none would know. It would have been assumed quite easily that the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous casualty of the collapse. But, in reality, their survival represented the one true hope for humanity. For here, the tide had been turned. Humanity's doom was still all but assured, but without the Veil, the Witness could not enact its plans. It could not merge the Traveler's light with the Veil's darkness. It could not create the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as the Traveler itself. Some believed that the Warmind had indeed attempted to destroy the Traveler. Others believed that in a single titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces of light. Others speak of stranger tales still. But what we do know is this: the Traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity, and as it hung low above Earth, it was left broken. A massive shard of the mysterious sphere can still be found as a remnant of that titanic struggle. It sits to this day in what is now known as the European Dead Zone. The forces of the Witness were either banished from Sol or left, seeing that the Traveler had sacrificed itself to save humanity. The Black Fleet was forcibly ejected into dark space, or perhaps the Witness left, hibernating there just in case there was anything it could do to one day return and achieve victory. But for now, the Traveler had won, but the cost was utterly staggering. Most of humanity lay dead or dying. The Warmind was nowhere to be found. Our great marvels and technology and culture had been thrown into the fire. Our knowledge was lost, and the ravages of apocalypse were upon us. Worst of all, the Traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth in the name of humanity, was all but completely gone. Ruin was upon us. But from this moment of tragedy, a new hope was born. In the moment of the Traveler's sacrifice, thousands of tiny sparks of its own divinity were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger than a clenched fist, spilled forth from the Traveler. This was the birth of the ghosts. Their like had never been seen before, and they would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system once again. Their sacred mission, their singular task, was to head out into the system to find those amongst the dead who were worthy of wielding the Traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its undying warriors. Though they would be known as the Risen or Light-Bearers in the early days, in the ages that followed, they would almost universally be heralded by another title. They would be known as the Guardians. But theirs was not the only light that would emerge after the collapse. At the apex of the calamity, as darkness pressed in all around, out in the reaches of the asteroid belt, another miraculous occurrence would take place. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people were being changed. It would begin with a clash of light and darkness, with a singularity and a young woman who would be the first to cross over. Though she would not know her destiny at the time, she would one day be sovereign. Her mother in that moment would be Starlight, and her father would be the Dark. of the collapse, an Exodus program vessel, the Exodus Green, was partway...
No, not yet, not yet. The Guardians that we play as come in probably the City Age, or maybe just after Awakening. We have another hour and a half until our player character enters the story. We're still on the
Passengers
prologue.
and crew were meant to form a new outpost of humanity somewhere out in the universe.
This is like 5 movies.
Their plans were first
video.
interrupted by a silent shadow that was stalking their ship through the cold reaches of space. The ship's captain, Alice Lee, hailed the pursuing vessel multiple times to no avail. A phantom pursuer alone would be troublesome enough, but this vessel was likely one of the Black Fleet's pyramid ships, thus spelling an almost certain doom when it caught up with them. Their plans were further altered by the beginning of the collapse. The warmind Rasputin dispatched orders to the Exodus Green to begin using its defensive kinetic weapons as artillery, and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat. Alice Lee, pursued by a mysterious assailant and being recalled to fight for a system that she would soon not even call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a molecular level, torn asunder slowly as they tried to flee desperately. In this moment, Alice Lee sent out every comm-buoy and antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark for anything to hear that might care. She declared her intention that her and her crew were to be considered a separate entity from humanity and Sol, a neutral party with no allegiance to Earth. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown, but there was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands. Her name was Mara, and she had seen that soon she was likely to die. She wished to go out on her own terms, so she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long tether from the main vessel. Her brother, Aldwin, as was his nature, followed in her footsteps. As Alice Lee sent out her message, with the Exodus Green surrounded by darkness,
What the hell just happened? I think Elgato froze. Okay.
a sudden light appeared. In that moment, a clash of primordial forces took place and the very fabric of the universe buckled. A singularity formed within that clash of light and dark, and it began to drag the Exodus Green into its depths. Seeing his sister in mortal peril, Aldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the Exodus Green. But Mara did not look back. And as the ship and Aldwin and Mara were pulled towards the singularity, the young woman who would one day be one of Sol's mightiest sovereigns cut the cord connecting her to the vessel and reached towards infinity. She would choose her own fate. She would be the first. Within the singularity, everything would change. The people of the Exodus Green would awaken on the other side of the singularity, and they would be forever changed by the synthesis of light and dark that they had encountered. Alice Lee was the first to wake, and she discovered Mara Sov next. And as the future queen arose from a cold dream, the two of them beheld what Alice Lee believed to be a world of her own creation. Deep within the singularity, a world had been created. Its rivers flowed like silver, and its endless forests teemed with life uncounted. They called this world the Distributory, and as it was located on the other side of the black hole, it was separated from the ravages of Sol. Inside the singularity, time also passed far more rapidly than it did outside. And so what might be but a second for us might have been 100 years for those that lived in the Distributory. Slowly, Alice Lee and Mara Sov began to wake up the others, until most of the 40,000 or so crew and passengers of the Exodus Green were also roused from their slumber. Their numbers were harshly imbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women. As a result, the society that developed within the Distributory was a matriarchal one, and the men of the new civilization that was born were not often assigned to any positions within their hierarchy that might be considered hazardous in any manner. With their lifespans being practically infinite within the depths of the singularity, these people were functionally immortal, and so each of them would grow to become a fount of knowledge and experience, mastering their many crafts over the thousands of years. With their skin turned hues of blue, grey and purple, these new people strode out across the Distributory and declared themselves to be children of a covenant between the light and dark. They would call themselves the Awoken. The Awoken were immediately split between those of the 891 original remaining crew of the Exodus Green and the 40,000 or so passengers that had simply been colonists in stasis aboard. The 891 were considered to be leaders, and the 40,000 were in many ways subordinate. But regardless, there were questions that all the newly reborn Awoken would be asking about their foundational experience, the existence that they now found themselves in.
Awoken started as humans, Exo started as humans,
the balance of power amongst this new people for time in memoriam, and so a council was convened.
The theme up until Witch Queen was only humans could have the light.
Was whether the Awoken should return to where they had come from
Witch
and
Queen
leave the
flipped that on
Distributory,
its head.
or remain within its bounds to prosper eternally. Those that wished to leave were known as the Echolystes, who believed that the Awoken owed a debt
What the fuck is
to
that
the
hairstyle?
cosmos that had saved them from
What the
destruction.
hell is that?
Those that wished to stay were known as the Sanguine,
What the
who
hell?
believed that
Bro,
the
your
covenant of
forehead
light
is
and dark
viewable.
that had created the Awoken had been made with the understanding that they
not
would
ashamed by
forfeit
that?
all right to their history in exchange for a new start here within the Distributory. Alice Lee proudly proclaimed the Sanguine position and declared that the Awoken should go forth and explore the infant cosmos of the Distributory. In secret, Mara Sov would counsel others gathered by her reborn brother Aldrin, and would state that when the time was right, they would all return. Alice Lee would leave this first council in an ascendant position, and proclaimed herself to be the first queen of the Awoken, as she believed
think that's
herself
actually
to
what she
be
looks
the
like.
first of the Awoken to have ever
I think
existed.
that's a player character.
After the many decrees about the Awoken people
I think
that
that's just
day
a
were
placeholder.
spoken aloud into covenant and law, Alice Lee made her first command
We
as
don't know
the
what
queen
Alice
of
Lee
this
actually
newly
looks like, as far as
reborn
I'm
people.
aware.
There would be no lies amongst the Awoken. Little did she know that this well-intentioned first decree would be the source of so much pain, and would also bring about her downfall. As the Awoken people expanded out across the Distributory, some would form tribal groups out by the forests and seas. Predominantly, these people were of the Echolysed persuasion. Those who dwelled in the cities, on the other hand, tended to be of the Sanguine mindset. Unbeknownst to all but a few, the seeds for division were laid in this foundational difference. One day, a woman from the original 891 crew of the Exodus Green came forward with words like fire. She was the Diacerum, and she would loudly proclaim that Alice Lee had committed deicide, the murder of a god. It had long been accepted that Alice Lee had been the creator of the Awoken peoples and the distributory. The Diacerum stated that Alice Lee could have chosen for all the Awoken to have a divine form, that she had instead chosen to grant them the same mortal form that they had maintained in their past lives.
Yeah, the curly
Diacerum stated that through this choice, Alice Lee had effectively created all Awoken suffering in the universe. She had killed their potential divinity in its crib. The real damage of the statement was not simply the notion that all Awoken had been denied an existence without suffering. It was also that Alice Lee had potentially lied by omission. She was meant to be the queen without secrets, and yet she had kept the most terrible secret for herself. This moment, this accusation of the murder of unborn gods, would be the event that began the first war of the Awoken, the Theodicy War. Prior to this moment, there had been no need for paladins or protectors, but with the Theodicy War, a Rubicon of conflict was crossed, and the Awoken were changed forever. The war would erode the authority of the queen, but she would eventually send Osana Sov, Mara Sov's mother, to negotiate with the Diacerum and sue for peace. When Osana met with the Diacerum, she promised her that her daughter Mara Sov would tell her any secret she desired to know in exchange for peace. And so it was that the Diacerum traveled to meet Mara Sov atop the mountain where she resided, and was never seen again. The questions of what happened and how the Diacerum disappeared persist in the legends here to this day. Did Mara kill her? Did she cease to be, having heard an unimaginable secret? Did she change her ways and choose a new life after having caused the first war? Was it always Mara all along? None can be sure, but what we do know is that the Diacerum was most certainly Mara's puppet in this regard. She would allow the Ecolist cause to wither for a time. She did not believe it was the right moment for the Awoken to return, but one day, return they would. Before that time would arrive, Mara would have a chance encounter that would change her life forever. As the Sanguine's faction's truth flourished, their scribes gathered all knowledge, including portents and prophecy, to their side. In this way, they heard the discontent of Mara and Aldrin, who still quietly supported the Ecolist position. To these scholars, they represented something of an existential threat. If Mara were to ever gain power in the future, she could be the spark that started a second Theodicy War. One day, a colossal Awoken warrior would enter the court of some of these scribes, armed with a longbow so massive that only a woman of her unchallenged strength could even string it, let alone draw it to its fullest length.
The wish
in her name was Sieur Ido, and that she was hunting Mara Sov for the murder of her lady, the Diacerum. The scholars of the Sanguine saw this as a chance to potentially save thousands of lives by taking just one. So they did what they could to direct Sieur, though she would still not find her quarry for a long time. Under the Awoken's second queen, Ngoya Pin, a masked figure would enter the royal court. This was Mara in disguise, and she would counsel the queen for a long time, swaying her to become an Ecolist and encouraging her to open her court to all the knowledge of the world. The many scholars gathered there would be set to work in a way that suited Mara's cause. But one day into this court, many years later, Sieur Ido would walk, still furious over the death of the Diacerum, still hunting Mara. But when she found Mara in her laboratory, she was stopped in her tracks. Her fury was suddenly tempered by Mara's grace and beauty. Her hatred wilted, and something else blossomed in its stead. Sieur Ido could not bear to kill Mara, and so she threw down her weapon. She declared that she would wound someone beloved to Mara, thus leaving her forever maimed in spirit. because she could not bear to kill Mara in all her beauty. Mara could not refuse this challenge, and so her brother Aldrin became her chosen champion. The two warriors would battle each other with blade, with a rifle, and with 5th generation superiority fighters. The news of this duel sent the scribes that had sicked Sieur on Mara into a wild panic. Over the centuries since they had sicked Sieur on Mara, they had found a place in the new Queen's court, and realized that if they were found to have sanctioned this murder, they would be banished. Luckily for these idle scholars, the duel between Aldrin and Sieur would have a most unexpected outcome. When fighting with blades, the brute strength of Sieur was equal to the finesse and footwork of Aldrin. They both fell together, and thus it was a tie. When fighting with rifles, the two warriors fought in the distributory's great jungles. Whilst Aldrin was the better hunter, Sieur used her disruptive power to brute force a victory, swaying nature's balance against Aldrin, forcing the fauna to expose him. In this way, she secured victory and had been able to severely wound Aldrin in the process. For their final battle, both of them were supplied with any choice of ship that they desired. Sieur had chosen a powerful Ermine TAC interceptor. Aldrin had chosen an outdated ship called a Dart. What Sieur failed to realize was that per the terms of the duel, any weapons that could not be supplied would be simulated instead. The Dart's standard weapon loadout was capable of being switched with an air-to-air nuclear munition. Using this simulated munition, Aldrin scored a kill from over 80 kilometers away, and Sieur Ido lost before she could even see him. The score was all tied up. Realizing the stalemate, Sieur threw herself before Mara and said that with the tie, her fate was in Mara's hands. She pleaded for a more kind fate than that of the Diacerim, who she had sworn to avenge. Mara approached the humbled warrior and said, "Rise, Sieur Ido. Let us take the stars together." The exact story of the blossoming love between Mara and Sieur is not recorded in complete detail, but given the lifespans of the Awoken were near infinite, it may have been a love that endured as unassailably as the moon and the tides that it brings. Mara would have need of strong confidants, especially for what came next, and few amongst the Awoken were as strong as Sieur Ido. Mara scoured the great archives of the Awoken, looking for knowledge. She had to prove what she already
Aldrin is Crow's real name. Yes. Well, second name.
to return to the greater universe. To do this, she launched countless satellites and instruments of observation into the orbit of the distributory's planetary gravity. When she had sufficient proof, she would address the Awoken people and tell them of this most fundamental of truths. Mara at this point was the face of the Ekalist belief, and with data to back up her assertion, she would inform the Awoken of the reality that they had to face. Returning to the universe at large would be perilous, and it would pull the Awoken from the distributory, thus robbing them of their immortality. But Mara's sway over the people was immense. What's more, Mara told them of the fragments that had been retrieved from the observation instruments. What little they had heard indicated that their kin on the other side were in terrible danger, and that the Awoken had escaped the same fate. The distributory was a refuge, but they had arrived there by escaping a madness more ancient than one might fathom. Despite the danger and the guarantee...
Alright, hold on 1 second. I need to do something. I'm still here. I just gotta do something. She's very Final Fantasy. Stop. True. It looks like Cloud's a little longer. I can see that. What the hell? What? Destiny's already dead. There's no developers left to work on Destiny. The guys at Marathon, what are they gonna do? They can do nothing with Destiny anymore. It's, the only thing they can do is license it out to a different studio. Like they, yeah. Um, there it is. It's pending. I see. Understood.
Microsoft has outsourced Halo, meaning Bungie could work on a new Halo game. I don't think they have the manpower for that. I genuinely think they're just fucked. I don't think there's anything they can do. Okay. I keep clicking on the wrong fucking thing. Bungie's already on live support from Sony, and I doubt it's long until they pull the plug true. I can see that happening very, very soon. All right, let's get the Lord video going again. So you see Bungie shutdown is inevitable at this point. Yeah. Bungie's for sure just going to become a licensing studio. There's a very real possibility that we all lose access to Destiny 1 and 2 as well, which kind of solidifies the digital thing. Like, I think Destiny's going to end up being the catalyst for lost media. And I think Destiny as an IP is what's really going to be the tipping point for Sony versus consumers. And then Sony's going to realize that they can't make money without consumers. So, just food for thought. Like, I'm trying to do everything I can in Destiny and get everything I can, because there's a very real possibility I will not be able to play it again in the near future. Like, the end of this year, maybe the end of next year. There's a very real possibility I won't even get to play Destiny ever again, because it's just not going to be available. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Of embracing mortality, Mara gained the support of tens of thousands of the Awoken.
After the Awoken section, and we get into the Dark Age, I'll go back to Beyond Light.
Back into Sol. Before she left, she deemed that there was one thing she had to do. Mara went to Alice Lee, the first Queen of the Awoken, she who had believed the distributory to be of her design, who the Diacerum had accused so long ago of robbing the Awoken of divinity, to whom Mara had told the first lie. Sitting with her, Mara would tell her the truth. It was not Alice Lee who had created the distributory. It was not Alice Lee who had been the first amongst their people. It was not Alice Lee who had denied the Awoken their divinity. It was Mara. She was the first. Alice Lee was enraged at the truth, knowing now that Mara had engineered all that had happened across the history of the Awoken, knowing that all the suffering of their people was her fault, knowing that Mara was guilty of the very thing she herself had been accused of. An accusation so strong that it sparked anew the concept of war itself in a universe unblemished by it. Alice Lee would then throw her support behind Mara's expedition from that moment, not out of agreement, but so that she could rid the distributory of Mara forever. The last thing she called Mara was the devil. After some preparation, the expedition would be successful and Mara would return to Sol. It was then that she discovered the system in utter chaos. She quickly established habitats and outposts within the reaches of what had been known as the asteroid belt. It was now strewn with the abandoned derelict vessels that had fled during the collapse, only to be destroyed by the Black Fleet. A foul reef of dead ships. Mara's Utex, the same group that would one day become the Techians, also discovered that various members of the Awoken expedition had developed new powers upon leaving the distributory. These powers manifested most strongly in Mara, and Mara was in herself like an amplifier to those around her. It did not take long for Mara to proclaim herself as the new sovereign of this people, of the Awoken of the Reef. There were, however, many who wished to immediately depart for Earth and to assist their long-lost brethren. Mara urged caution and believed that they needed to build up a stable base of power first. Many vehemently disagreed with her. There were even riots on the matter, which momentarily plunged the reef into chaos. Exploiting this opportunity, a new set of interlopers descended on the Awoken. Through the many painful years of the Long Drift, the Elixni had arrived in Sol, more vicious and tenacious than they had ever been before. These Fallen would momentarily clash with the Awoken, and Mara, Sieur, and Aldrin had to rally their people to fight off the invaders. As the raiders were fought back, some of the Awoken had taken the opportunity
whatever's left into their own studio.
And a vessel was quickly launched away from the reef before anyone could stop it. Seeing her control start to wither, Mara relented. The Awoken would be given one choice each. They could either remain in the reef under her rule and build towards a future for the system on their own terms, or they could leave now and assist humanity at the cost of never returning again. Thus, the Awoken, who had already been torn apart by those who left the distributory and those who stayed, were riven once again into the Reefborn and Earthborn Awoken. Those who left Mara's control would go on to do an immeasurable amount of good for the people of Earth.
Yep. That
Many
would be
judged as being worthy of becoming guardians upon their death. But the world that they had emerged into would be a terrifying one. Where before humanity's golden age had stood, now there was only ruins, rust, and the remains of those who had died in the collapse.
Alright, we go back to the game. Let's go. Alright, we need to speak to Shahan on the steps. %27 on Ace.
Together, Guardian. XO, functioning all right?
need to defeat Fallen in the Cosmodrome. In the wrong section. Spend their money however they want, and Sony will realize that. Sony's not the only game storefront. Never have been, never will be. Some like $12.50 and the games for $120 and never bring the prices down. Yeah, but the way they're gonna get around that is retail stores. They're gonna ship you a game. So they're gonna let you buy a code in a box. And the retail stores can technically set the prices. But if you really didn't want to pay PlayStation, Walmart has it on sale. You could do that. But then comes the question of when are they going to pull from retail stores? They're obviously going to do that because it costs money. That's the part that people know is going to happen because
that fucking stupid. That's why people are upset. I need to go to the tower real quick. As fuck. So I guess we have a wing show ever done. It's up to you, Crimson. It's up to you. Am I the only one on one? Yeah. Alright, let's spin for the perfect year tide apex. Maybe I can finally get it. Or I won't get a single one. One of the two. Doesn't look like I'm getting a single year tide. Last chance. Nope, didn't get it. I didn't get a single one. That's so dumb. Some King's Fall. Yeah. So just greedy like that. Yeah. Show is.
Won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is better.
Good to have you back.
Intro, please. Dude, the bots are getting insane. Shoot to loot kinetic tremors. Is there a shoot to loot kinetic tremors and explosive payload? No, there's not. There's not even a shoot to loot explosive payload one. That's crazy. There ain't no god rolls on here. What the fuck is wrong with Bungie, dude?
Stay sharp.
I think there'd be at least one.
This is not a combat zone. Move along.
Is there only two people on the three people on the tower? Oh. Dead game. Dude, I fucking hate Destiny 2. It's my favorite game.
Guardian, hello. Good call with that one. Wish I'd have that. Catch you later. Though.
Alright, hold on 1 second. Do something again. 1 second. God damn.
Too many targets.
Shit's so loud.
At a time.
What? There we go. So the system stores one of the games. Yeah, basically.
Checking now.
That's pretty much what their goal is, for sure.
Again, Guardian. Please, Guardian. It's busy.
The newsfeed is just a cover for the war cult.
Ready?
Fenchurch does the exploring. I make the deals.
I can't sleep well up here. I miss the old place.
Oh, let me check right away. Ready to check.
My wife is joining me.
Searching.
I can get you the data.
Oh, let me check right away.
You're going to join the fleet. I'm gonna do it this time. not going to say who won.
Sure. Rhythmic physical expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is better than not.
Searching.
It's just a cover for the war call.
He wasn't the same after they wiped it.
And newsfeed, it's just a cover for the
Sign
war
here.
call.
I love paper books. There's a place in Fuon that makes them. Fortune.
Eververse isn't just a title, it's a promise.
And newsfeed, it's just a cover for the war call.
Ready to check.
I can get you the data.
Oh, let me check right away.
I saw that frame standing in a corner for like an hour yesterday. I don't think they can
She
handle
said
change.
she wanted to express herself, so I gave her a thumbs up.
Got it.
I just want to know who's in charge.
Production is down 33%. I heard they wire your brain right into the ship. Some kind of crazy experiment.
Eververse trades in goods we feel enhance a Guardian's journey.
Quiet.
Please, Guardian. It's busy.
No time for politics.
I guess it's official.
No time for politics.
Guardian. Anything for you?
Eververse trades in goods we feel enhance a Guardian's journey.
Love article.
And newsfeed, just a cover for the work home.
Hi again, Guardian.
Sure. Rhythmic physical expressions won't win a
I
fight.
need to dwell on the past. Dude, I still play Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 1.
No time for politics.
Sometimes the game's so good you gotta just replay it.
Oh, let me check right away.
Some people are just done.
Perhaps a barter is warranted.
I shouldn't have changed screens now. Alright. I got some stuff done. I've opened this. Oh, no. We're doing campaign. Wait, Zer's there? Zer shouldn't be there until today. Later today. Tomorrow. Or is it just bugged? He always shows up. It's probably bugged. So soon. Exodus Garden 2A Lost Sector in the Divide. Oh, it's literally right there. I was already there before I left.
Varix, we figured out what Aramis was doing in the Cosmodrome. It's the House of Devils, or what's left of them. She called for reinforcements.
Of course. The Devils will follow Aramis's every command. And there are many left yet.
We've tracked them to an old factory.
Do not allow them to reach Europa.
We're on.
put. Bitch.
Planning on flooding Europa with spider tanks. We've dealt with the ones in charge.
Yes, our comms buzz with chatter. Word of your success has already reached Europa. Aramis is most unpleased. She intends to react with another set of reinforcements. The Vex.
The Vex? How?
Europa holds yet another dark secret. A portal built by Clovis Bray, leading directly to the Vex. Aramis intends to activate it.
Then she needs to be stopped. We're on our way.
Games for monopolies like what Sony is attempting. Yeah. Oh, sucks to suck, man. That's all I gotta say about it. They want to kill their own company. Let them make way for Steam machines, Steam ecosystem. Fuck it. Steam's all digital, but like they don't take shit away from your library. They can't. Oh, I'm sure they can. But they have mandates that prevent them from doing so. Yeah, their own mandates. Their own consumer. Don't piss off the people who spend their money and will continue to make money. What a concept.
Barracks, we're here. Heading in after Aramis now.
The portal within. It was built in your golden age to study Vex. But Vex escaped. Murdered many. You must hurry. Devastation is all we need if Aramis opens that portal.
We're on it.
Hello, Pawn. It's no surprise to find you here.
Aramis, you must not do this. Do you not care for our people?
Far more than you know, traitor. Say, Barracks, was it not you that tortured and murdered Elixni in the prison of elders?
Barracks is.
A hypocrite. Yes. At least here they can die for a cause.
I cannot hit a headshot with this hand cannon to save my life. Goddamn.
You are a monster if you do this.
I'm no monster. What I do for the future of our people.
Open that portal and you kill them all.
Many will die, yes, but more shall live. Absolutely powerless to stop it. I tried everything to put it behind me, to move on, but in my head I could not silence the collective cries of our injured and dying. But then, the darkness presented itself, and I took it. Finally, Barracks, finally I felt I could do something. So go ahead. Call me a monster, but do not doubt that what I do for the future of our people.
Aramis has always been brash, but this is different. The darkness pervades her mind and spirit.
We'll stop.
65%, not bad. I could have sworn you could get up there. Yeah, I'm wrong.
There she is!
Unfortunately, ours is time to be it out alive.
It's on. Where's all that radiolarian fluid going?
Aramis, what have you done?
Now wants me to speak with the ex of a stranger.
Ours was a world of prosperity and peace, not unlike your golden age. We worshipped the great machine, but fate intervened. With it came a whirlwind of destruction. In the chaos, the great machine fled, abandoning us all. Aramis, like most, was left consumed with rage. In the wake of loss, Aramis rebuilt a life, found new family, one forged from anger. Aramis saw only destruction of that which abandoned us. Varric's fears for Elixni lives. At the command of Aramis, they will meet their end. We all do. We must all make choices. Aramis chose herself over her people. If Aramis is to succeed, the great machine and all who follow it will meet their end. In darkness, there is only one truth: death.
Oh, Pawn. In another life, we may have been allies, but instead, you put us at odds. So I have no choice but to use darkness to rip, shred, and tear through every single one of your kind.
We won't let you.
25%. Move on to another.
Darkness is a parasite. It burrows its way into your soul and feeds on your most selfish desires. Your every wish, tainted and twisted, as you become the very thing darkness wants you to be. In that world, there is no future for any of us. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again. So know this as you step away from the light once more. Inside us all is the strength to control darkness. We need only look inward and remember why we're here. We are humanity's final salvation.
Seeing you lose stasis reminds me how different we are. Even if you can control the darkness for good, nothing can change the fact that I was forged in the light. And all of this, well, it goes against who I am. What I am.
Fucking ball. Commune with the next what? I don't see it. What's it want me to do? Respawn approach. What the fuck is that? Repeat what you said. If Sony wants to shoot themselves in the foot and push consumers away, fuck it, the ball. It's not a company like Steam Takeover. They've been digital for the longest time, but they have their own protections in place. Like they can't remove things from players' libraries without the player requesting it. It's almost like if you take care of the people who spend money and you make them feel secure, you can stay in business. If Sony doesn't want to do that, fuck it, we're all. Dropping down. What the fuck? What was that? Back at this area again. Wow. Now we're going down there. Codes report. Okay. Bastard. Stasis. Oh, it wants me to regroup with virus. We gotta unseal this now. Now we go back to virus. So nothing's gonna happen. As a game publisher. Yep. Let them. They're not gonna listen to the people who spend their money. Fuck it then. Be their greatest failure is going against the people who spend their money on Sony's products. John Dungeon, level 25 in the left.
Aramis wished to return the Elixni to greatness. Verix wished to follow her, but her anger has made her blind. And it has made Verix see. Aramis cannot save the Elixni, and we cannot save Aramis. We must help the Elixni who wish to flee Aramis. We must give them the second chance she promised. And then the way will be clear for you to end her reign. Yes. We can have peace.
saved it. Really just take me the long way around? There's no fucking way. There's no way it took me the long way around. I refuse to fucking believe it. It took me the long way around. Wow.
The skiff is prepared. Help my allies flee this ruined place, and they will become your allies too.
Oh, is this a mission where I gotta interact with the three things? I gotta find the things I interact with. I forgot what they're called. They're down from there, that's right. Last one? Stupid little blue dots. almost done with Lightfall. Or almost done with Beyond Light, I mean. This is Witch Queen.
The more Elixni that escape, the better I feel. They deserve safety, away from Aramis.
A victory, yes, but more remain.
And when I find them, they'll all die. Good riddance to traitors like you. Unworthy of my empire.
Aramis, it was never meant to be an empire. It was meant to be home.
Our home was taken from us by your once great machine. There is no home for us when it still lives.
Aramis. Varix had hoped somewhere within
85%.
You remained. But after what you did, I knew I was wrong.
Do you know why they call us Fallen? It wasn't our whirlwind that earned us that name. We're fallen because Elixni like you never proved you can stand up. To humanity, we were always weak, always doomed. One day you'll understand. When your city falls and your people die. When your traveler abandons you.
Traveler's not gonna abandon us. It's definitely gonna die again. Next expansion.
Is wrong about Varix, about Elixni. Varix came to Europa for a second chance, for the right thing. That is strength, not weakness.
Oh, please, Varix. You only came here to hide, like a coward.
No! Releasing Vex put Elixni lives in danger. Many have already perished. Aramis, you are the real coward!
Silence! I've had enough of you, Barracks. I will enjoy watching your skull shatter into pieces. Welcome back. It's time to meet your end. The darkness was not meant for you. We don't understand this power. Your chains are showing. All that power. Wasted serving false gods! Allow me to help you break free!
Ghost.
This is... I can't. I'm sorry.
Look what I've done for you. No more light. No more dark.
Look within. Focus your power.
How interesting.
The only thing we have to break here is you.
Come then, Pawn. Show me what freedom has given you. Come to me, Pawn.
Oh, I'm coming.
I will still tear you apart. This power was meant for me and Elixir, not scum like you.
Carlo next.
It will not end this way. It can't.
Thus, Aramis is laid to rest. And her final shape.
In her final shape. That is correct.
You see now. Darkness resides within, beckoning you, as it has many others, across lifetimes. Timelines. Beyond ours lies another world, one pervaded by darkness, where guardians abandoned their light at the call of temptation. In that world, you were no exception. But here, in this world, light and dark swell within you, side by side, giving you strength. Remember that when you step onto the ziggurat once more. You're there for one reason, and one alone. To fully harness the darkness within you. It's time now. They're expecting you.
Shadow Keep. We ran a pyramid ship. Doesn't this look a little familiar?
I just want you to know, I'm here with you. Through light or dark. We're partners. Always.
It's another one of these statues. For the longest time, we didn't know what the hell these things were. Embrace the darkness within. Stasis.
You have taken control of the darkness within and sent Aramis to her end. It's time the truth...
Aramis is not Eris.
I mentioned before.
Confusing.
Another timeline. My own. There Aramis lived, and the temptation of darkness thrived. It pervaded the minds of the good and preyed on their desires, bringing about a new dark age. I feared these events unavoidable. And though I still do, you've given me cause to hope again. Our fight is far from over.
Down like a loading bar.
We must prevent that dark future, no matter what. Thanks to you. I stand no longer at a familiar end. Only a promising new beginning.
There's no time to explain what I don't have time to explain. There's no time to explain. All right. Shatter grenade's fun. Excellent. Oh, these cost 10,000 each. Holy moly. Okay. have a few left. Surely there's some stuff I can do. Actually, there's not really a whole lot left that I can delete. Now that I think about it more. But that is... This is almost the end. And I need to run it on my Warlock and my Titan. I can get Glimmer though, because I have certain things available.
Aramis is gone. I can't say I agree with your methods, but you did what had to be done. Europa is a treasure trove of Golden Age knowledge. That knowledge, good and bad, belongs to humanity and must remain out of the hands of our enemies. With their Kell gone, the Fallen will be scattered and disorganized. Frequent targeted strikes will keep them that way. I've made an arrangement with the Awoken. Temporary immunity for Varix while he helps us secure Europa. It doesn't sit right with me after what happened to Cade. But there are greater threats on our doorstep now. Back to the front.
At least someone can put this to good use.
so I'm gonna crack open these engrams from Hawthorne.
Hey there.
Just casually hitting them with the fucking promotion. I'm deleting everything that I'm getting. I'm gonna wait until it says that my postmaster's full. I'm gonna have to call the stream soon.
Catch you later. I'm here. Did the bird distract you? He does that.
Checking. Transfer.
One's kind of expensive. But luckily,
Thank you.
I have a way to get more glimmer. It's just going to require me to run back and forth a decent amount. I should have enough now. Finish off Europa. I still need to do the post-campaign quest that I just picked up. And this. We can figure all that out as we go on.
It's no longer a secret what lies within the deep stone crypt. The living embodiment of darkness, shrouded in the DNA of the Vex. My grandfather desired eternal life. He searched and searched, but in the end, he created it instead. From his fountain of youth, I and every other Exo was born. This is a truth we cannot hide from. The darkness within us. And so we must embrace it. The Guardians that entered the Deep Stone Crypt brought new life to the long-dormant machines of Europa. They carry with them knowledge long thought lost. Now is our chance to seize it. Humanity's refuge does not lie in us alone. We must awaken darkness far and wide, teach the masses to use it for good. But first, we must awaken its power fully. There was one whose knowledge of the darkness exceeded even our own. My grandfather, Clovis Bray the First. Elizabeth, he said to me as I woke, born again as an Exo. You are going to save the world. What a load of crap. The old man didn't care about saving the world. He only cared about his precious legacy. Still, here's to hoping he was right. Clovis kept most of his secrets in his personal journal, and I know just where we can find it.
Okay. Wait, does the Beyond Light campaign not count? Oh, it does count. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hunt these down. Speak with Varys.
Aramis is gone. I mourn the loss of an old friend. I celebrate the death of an enemy. The taste is bittersweet. But ideas are stronger than death. I hear whispers of Elixni, who wish to take the mantle that Aramis left behind. There is still work to be done, yes?
Yes.
Your birthplace has been uncovered, Exo.
Sabotage and salvage. My eyes are hurting so bad. Hell yeah.
have you back, Guardian. The Fallen are producing advanced weaponry on Europa to improve their military strength throughout the system. Our goal is to sabotage their efforts however we can. It starts by taking out their critical manufacturing plant.
Find the unsealables. We're doing this to go after some exotics.
Barracks.
Post-campaign exotics.
He has specialized knowledge of the facility.
It is well guarded, not only by Aramis's Vex incursions threaten Europa. Aside through those who still whisper Aramis's name, you will encounter many locks here. Varix offers you his keys. They are old. The teeth must fit this new lock.
Do you really think your old access codes will work? Maybe there's another way.
There is no other way.
All right. Just between you and me, I'm really tired of hacking security systems.
Foreshadowing. I remember why I had such a horrible fucking time playing this fucking campaign. And it was because I couldn't do anything that I wanted to do. I was just forced to play the shit I didn't want to fucking play. And I did not want to do this. I don't know. I don't want to do this right now. I want to be honest.
Locked down.
My key or failure.
I still don't see why this would work, but if I have to hack this thing, I will.
Getting a lot of energized ether. Get the lament, gotta get top strike. Not looking forward to either.
Access denied. Big surprise there. New plan. Guardian, I'm picking up a volatile energy signature on the other side of the room. A power cord. Let's get a little more proactive here.
Chevy in front of Marty Carlo and you have the sports coupe.
We've been through a lot lately.
Yeah.
I'd say we're learning to do things our own way.
thought it activated. Oh, it wants me to go this way.
Wow, the Fallen really built this place up. And another computer terminal.
You must not blow it up. You will disrupt too much.
Fine, fine, let me have a look.
Oh, we're actually fighting a brig.
Factory's powering down.
Well done, Guardian. This will go a long way in gaining us a foothold on Europa. But we should hit them again as soon as possible. Take advantage of the Vex presence here.
Just give the word, Commander. We'll be ready.
We go to Ferrix. Badass, right?
We must talk. Welcome.
pause.
What future awaits you, Ixnay? None if we stay here. Velask, friend.
This area isn't on any exoscience blueprints.
This is like one of the easier ones.
parts onto human bodies? As for the Vex roaming around here, they're different than the force that came through the gate. It's possible, like that, that they were test subjects. Because the humans consume pure radiolarian fluid. Son of a baby. Let's hurry up and get out of here.
Oh, complete bounties. I have to do a lot of bounties. Oh. Looks very enemy-esque. Show you. Show you anime. Yeah, anime shader right here. I'll show you anime.
They'll ask, friend. Has the spider captured now?
Get to that public event. chest. Hoping I get that auto rifle fighting wounds. Eh. I need to kill 10 Vex. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Jesus. Might have to take out everything but the harpies. Completely fucked. Save the rust. Jesus Christ. It hits so fucking hard. Fucking special. But of course, that last enemy didn't drop any special. Of course, there's no special down here. Oh, there we go. Okay. I just need to do one more. Surely I have like a wave frame. Maybe a grenade launcher. Yeah, right here. This will work. Wait. This one's barrier? Waveframes are barrier? Wait, no. That's the wrong thing. It's unstop. I don't need unstop. Fuck. That sucks. fucking god. Maybe when the main tag in this place is starting to come to fruition. Yeah. Both died. Goodness gracious. No kinetic tremors. Health stat. Tier 3. Need 8 more grenade launcher kills. I need to get hand cannon kills. That's overload, so now I need to have a barrier grenade launcher. I need to get fallen headshots. And then when the cuts in the sky go away, it's because I don't know. I would like a really nice auto rifle though. How's that not a headshot? What the fuck? What the helly? Did that fucker disappear? What the fuck?
Even without Aramis, some Elixni still heed her orders. Glimmer drillers come now. They expect a fight. Give them one.
Anime. Camo. Elixni. Distortions moved to another planet right at the end, dude. That's so fucked. Fucking end. Oh, I got the auto. That's not an auto rifle. There is an auto rifle, but I don't remember the name. Collections, weapons, auto rifles. I'll recognize it as soon as I see it. Arctic Haze, this one. Arctic Haze. It gets heal clip and burning ambition and incandescent and demo. It's not the best roll, but it is something. I don't think I have a single one. No, I don't. Unfortunate. Maybe I get lucky. Nope. Quests. Yeah. Now we're close to being done with these. I need one more fallen headshot. Those are definitely Vex. Ironwood, not an Arctic Haze. Oh, this is a spread shot hand cannon. Ooh, ooh, I think I got the roll that I wanted. Oh shit, okay. I'm feeling it. Okay, that's one strange signal down. Is there another one on this planet that I can go to? So. Unfortunate. Maybe I can like go to orbit. And maybe I can come back here. Maybe I can farm the same chest. I don't think that's how it works, but it'd be pretty fucking sick if it was. Oh, I have one of those in my postmaster as well. I should probably see. Oh, it's a tier 3. Ew. The one I just got's way better. Way better. it's a random chest somewhere. It's not necessarily on this planet. It's just somewhere. Yeah, like here. Doki Doki Literature Club, or whatever the fuck it's called. I like Toad telling Mario that the princess is in another castle. Oh yeah. I haven't played Mario in so long. What? Am I blind? It's supposed to be here, right? Is it behind this? No. It says it's in this area. I don't know if I can see it. I'm not outside of the area. So it's for sure somewhere in this area. Fuck? I don't see anything that looks like a chest anywhere near here. Can't even go up there, there's an invisible wall. I have to leave the area and come back, basically. wait for it to change load zones. See if that works. I don't think I got far enough away. Maybe they won't spawn while I cores here. Similar to that Beyond Light mission. Unfortunate. Arc, solar, or void damage. And then what did Biting Winds get on it? Oh, it gets kinetic tremors. That's what makes it interesting. Probably impromptu ammunition. Dolphin emulator. Switch. I mean, yeah, I could, but like, I'm just not a fan of Nintendo. I don't really enjoy Nintendo games.
The Vex are at it again. Want to bet they're converting Europa into another machine world? We better put a stop to it.
damn. I'm hoping to get that auto rifle, but I don't know if it's gonna drop. Just need one headshot on a fallen, and then I can switch to a machine gun. That'll have to be barrier. I'll take a tier 3. I need to complete one more bounty. What bounty do I have left? Bounties, grenade and machine gun. Ooh, machine gun. Just general kills. Ammo. Yeah, this is fine. Mission. Uh-oh. Oh, it was a rally flag. It's bad news bears. Is it Varix?
Another bone chiller.
Perhaps I have an answer.
Complete the aftermath mission.
Not Varix. Not anymore.
I thought that would work. Oh, dude. I think it wants me to go this way. Yeah. Good show. It want me to go this way. The previous R looked like a Nessus.
Unleashed chaos on her own city. Look for us.
I haven't checked my Monte Carlo catalyst in a while. 25%.
Killing blow. See where the fallen stand now that the Vex are at their door. Find the cracks in their defenses.
holding their ground against the Vex better than we expected.
Perhaps someone has risen to replace Aramis.
I think you may be right. Get deeper in the city. Find out who it is.
Machine spawn. Did you believe you could break our Kel so easily? She has merely transformed, and she will rise again.
Yeah, we're talking about Nessus.
Elixni still flee from this city. Some for house light, some for dusk. Perhaps they flee from Cridis.
Zavala, we're clear. But there's no sign of Cridis. She got away.
We can't let Cridis rebuild the fallen forces here. She slipped under our radar once already. Work with Varix on this, Guardian. He has insider knowledge.
We'll get it done, Commander.
Varix can help. Yes.
Cadmus word.
No kinetic tremors, unfortunately. Kill these guys.
These Elixni seek refuge with house light. Guard their departure. Barracks will be grateful.
Probably I got that exact over there.
Get evacuated. Send word to Mithrax. Your friends are on their way.
The light kell awaits. Barracks Homestead will welcome them.
All that. What? That wants me to do an Empire hunt? What the hell is it? Complete the Dark Priestess Empire.
Drillers of House Salvation have found glimmer reserves. Left behind, perhaps by the ancient Bray. Intervene before they drain them dry. Aramis wished to destroy gods, but Kritis simply chose another. She craves not power, but meaning, and she seeks it in darkness.
It's at 44%. Got a ways to go for show. Catalyst even do?
My people, your Kel sleeps, but she is not dead. The darkness brings another gift. The means to rouse her from her slumber.
Rouse her? That cannot be.
Kel has not left you. Aramis Kel has just begun. Aramis Kel will return in a storm of blood and ice. Cell seeks greater knowledge from the darkness. She pledges herself to its mysteries. She journeys through its glorious depths. And she will return not as Kel, but as a god. Darkness sends visions of Aramis Kel. It names me her escort out of the deep. Back to you, her people, her faithful.
If Critus speaks true, if she has found a way to bring Aramis Kel, to bring Aramis back to life.
We're not gonna let that happen.
They froze me and just meleeed me. How is that fair?
Welcome, spawn of the traitor machine. The rise of a
She's down, Varix. It's over. That's all of them. All of Aramis's lieutenants. Her entire council.
The reign of the Kell of Darkness is ended. Thanks to the Guardian. But in death, Aramis becomes myth. Immortal. Her legacy will go on. New champions will rise.
I'm spamming it. I just want to make sure I'm set up for tomorrow. Get this stupid shit out of the way.
The Elixni say, from the dust of old Kell rises a new one. Always. Cridus will not be the last. This dark power will draw more. The Elixni will fracture. For new houses, new ambitions. Come to Varix. Know what Varix knows. Together, we will stand vigil on Europa. There is always another fight.
Maybe I got a new bow. Damn. I need to go to this now. I'm so tired. Get the Lament quest.
Artificial intelligence activated. Who in the hell do you think you are?
Excuse me?
The deep stone crypt has stood for centuries without intervention. From the ether, you appear and destroy it all in one fell swoop.
This is the same AI that spoke to us in the crypt and tried to kill us.
I'm more than just an AI, thank you. I am an exact replica of Clovis Bray the First's consciousness. And for the record, you were intruders.
That's not entirely true. Fallen had invaded, and we tried to stop them.
Fallen?
An alien race that appeared after the collapse.
The collapse? Sounds like I have much to catch up on. I suppose I should offer some gratitude for reviving me. In the meantime, perhaps refrain from further destroying my life's work.
I'm confused. Wasn't he supposed to give me a quest? Or lament? Oh, maybe I pick it up from a Banshee, actually. So I have 51. I can spin for some Mirtines. What? I guess I could play some lore stuff. No, I can't. It's too late.
You don't look too banged up.
Yeah, here's the link. Yeah. Oh yes, Parabellum. I would like this weapon. I also like an old Sterling.
Music to my ears.
Holy shit. I'm struggling to keep my eye open.
Don't get burned.
Come on, you're tired. There's one. Two. Three.
I've only gotten 3. One try left. Only got 3. No. I'm looking for a perfect roll. Unfortunately. No. Absolutely not. Let's see if one of the shinies I got was.
Checking.
Let's see. Yes.
Acknowledged.
It's not bad. Ooh, yes.
Check.
Ooh, yes. This one might actually be better.
Acknowledged.
Alright.
Need me again,
Both
Guardian.
of these are pretty good. This one might be better. It's gonna come down to this. This one's handling. This one's range.
Guardian.
I feel like the range one might actually be better. This. We'll just keep it so I have one.
Still shines. Thank you, Guardian.
Need anything special? That's what I like to see.
Rewind hatchling. Oh, baby. That's going to be
Make us proud.
Holy Death Adder, dude. Thing you jumped on me just like a gigantic speaker basket. And jumped on me. I'm gonna jump on me.
If we're gonna stay here, we should be building more ships.
Perhaps a barter is warranted.
So I need 100,000.
125,000 at a minimum. Okay. Here's the marathon, emote. There's the marathon armor set here. Just looks stupid as fuck. Immortal Legend. This one looks badass. This one looks stupid as fuck. I think this is Shah Han's outfit. It's fucking stupid. And this is Sparrow Racing League. Pretty cool. This one's dope as fuck. This one's also dope as fuck. Okay, it's okay. This one's cool. Just a badass armor set. That's just a cool helmet. This one's stupid as fuck. This one's stupid as fuck. Stupid as fuck. It's okay. It's okay. Cool as fuck. It's okay. Stupid as fuck. Pretty okay. Shadow White. Shadow White. Well, I should be good for Zer tomorrow. Hopefully. Hopefully Zer has something cool tomorrow. But this is where I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go to bed. Adios.